right?
We have a replacement in the...
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Oklahoma City Planning Commission. We're glad you're all here to join us today in a very crowded, for a very crowded meeting. Just a few housekeeping items before we begin. Number one, if you are not an applicant, but instead would like to speak on any of the items on our agenda today, we would just ask that you please fill out one of these forms. I believe they're available outside. I believe Sarah also has some of these forms, but as you can see, there are a number of items here today that people are wishing to be heard on, so we're going to very strictly enforce the requirement that you must have signed up to speak in order for you to come to the microphone and speak today. I'd also ask that if you're here with a large group of people speaking on the same item, that you coordinate and try to get a representative or two to speak on behalf of all the issues facing your neighborhood. And I just remind everyone that we reserve the right to limit any comments that are repetitious. So once you've told us about an issue once your neighbors talked about it once, we've heard you, and so we're ready to move on to what the other issues are. The most important thing today, as I know that we're dealing with some controversial and obviously very personal things. We understand that these issues today are about people's homes, and there is nothing more personal than your home and your property, and we fully understand that. But I would ask that you please be respectful of each other, please be respectful of this process, and understand that the golden rule is in full effect here, treating everyone as you would like to be treated and respected. So with that being said, I think we're ready to move forward with the beginning of our agenda and the receipt of the minutes from the previous meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move to receive the meetings of the previous meeting.
Commissioner Clare has moved that we receive the minutes from the February 9th, 2023 meeting. Bear with us as we get the technology, making sure the technology is up. I don't have it up on my screen. Uh-oh.
All right.
I don't have it on mine.
You got to refresh.
Okay, there we go. All right. It took mine a while to load. It was moved by Commissioner Clare and seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available. Okay, Dan seconded it. Oh.
Mine came up first.
It gave me, mine was just stuck on it, waiting for a second, so, and I still see, I'm gonna.
You gotta refresh, you vote.
I'll try to refresh one more time. We apologize that as we get all this working. Okay, now I at least have the option to vote. Please cast your vote if it's available to you. Does everybody have that option? Okay, I was able to vote.
I have voted, but it hasn't registered. We're gonna need to do the voice vote, it's not registering on mine.
Okay. And the reminder is that the motion is to receive the minutes from the previous meeting. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Fraley?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for continuance requests. And we'll begin with uncontested continuance requests.
Item 26, SPUD 1498, deferred to March 9th. Item 27, PC 10862 has been withdrawn. Item 28, case PUD 1908, withdrawn. And item 29, PUD 1924 has been withdrawn.
Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on any of those items? That is item 26, item 27, 28, and 29. Seeing none, I think we're ready.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to grant the uncontested continuance request as read.
Commissioner Clare has moved to grant the uncontested continuance request as read.
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Should we do a voice vote that, or?
Still hung up on the
I think there's
previous one?
still, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll just move forward with the voice vote. Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Fraley?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for new continuance requests.
Item 9 is case PUD 1715-SP02, defer to March 23rd. Item 19, case SPUD 1497, defer to March 9th. Item 21, CPA 2023-1, defer to March 9th. Item 22, case PUD 1932, defer to March 9th. And item 25, case C 7530, also defer to March 9th.
Is there anyone here who was hoping to speak on any of those items? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to grant the new continuance requests as read.
Commissioner Clare moves to grant the new continuance requests as read. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hinkle. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Fraley?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. That motion passes. We're now in line for the consent docket.
Item 1 is case C 7535, final plat of Knox Farm Commercial Edition, Section 1, located south of Northwest 178th Street and west of North Portland Avenue. Item 2 is case C 7541, final plat of Crestone Ridge 6, a replat of lots 3 through 8, block 16, located north of West Wilshire Boulevard and west of North County Line Road.
All right, is there anyone here wishing to be heard on any of those items, items 1 or 2? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve the consent docket.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded to approve of the consent docket as read. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Fraley?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 3.
Item 3 is case C 7533, preliminary plat of Cypress Forest, located east of South Hiawassee Road and south of Southeast 74th Street, and a variance to section 5.3.1.d.5 of the subdivision regulations.
Road on behalf of the applicant. What you have is a preliminary plat that's in conformance with the recently approved PUD. We agree with items TEs 1 and 2. We would ask for a TE, for a variance to TE 3. This is a rural area in nature. The lots to the west consist of 5 acres, 10 acres. There's one larger lot that's a 20-acre tract to the west, I believe, which I believe is one of the people that protested this particular PUD, and I would presume that they do not want us to connect to that. So based on that, I would ask for a variance to TE3. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any question? This is in
Ward 4.
Ward 4. Commissioner Privet?
I do not have any questions with the nature of the PUD. I think it's, appropriate for the area. So if anybody's got any
Thoughts on the
protest
variance?
Yeah, variance. In this instance, yeah, I think it makes sense. This is not a typical subdivision. I would think, large acre lots, and yeah, I'm okay with it.
Makes sense to me. Any other questions for the applicant from commissioners? Okay, then we're ready to receive speakers, and I'll remind you before you come to the microphone that when, please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the commission. I believe either Commissioner Clare or our planning director will be reminding you when you have 1 minute left in speaking. I don't know which one of you's got the stopwatch, but one of you does. And so we just ask that out of respect for our community, you just honor the time limit for your speaking. I do have one person sign up, James Urgenbright, and I apologize if I did not pronounce your name correctly. Please come to the microphone and give us your name and address and tell us your concerns.
Thank you. I'm James Ergenbright. I live just northeast of that, right across the street from that property. I served as a safety engineer for 20 years in Oklahoma City. My last years were at Tinker Air Force Base as a safety engineer for Tinker. That's why I'm bringing forth my concerns. As this being a single entry into the neighborhood on this street, one way in, one way out, there's concerns that we have. My wife and I have talked about them. Right now, the road conditions on those roads have deteriorated considerable due to the construction that's going on down the street. There's 4 neighborhoods in that area, as well as individual homeowners. So some of the things that we have concerns of is a road access plan for the traffic. Being one way in, one way out, when all this construction starts, we're going to have a lot of heavy traffic. Heavy equipment, graders, delivery, semis, roofers, bricks, concrete trucks, all those types of components. Normal construction, but it's going to interfere with all the traffic that's up and down there. We have a number of new homes going in, so we have a lot of new people coming in. And with the roads being broken up as they are. One of the things that my wife and I are really concerned about is water retention and a water runoff plan. Is this plan set up and is it going to be adequate? With some of the heavier rains we've had over the years, water retention and runoff is a big factor. And then putting these homes in there, one of the things that we're directly concerned about is the water table level. Once you start putting new homes in out there and you start putting water wells in, all of a sudden that impacts the water table for our water well as the other people in these neighborhoods. This is on the top of the hill in that area, and so from this area starts sloping down, the land does, and so that's some pretty significant concerns because the water's not as high as you start going on down the hill, so it's going to be a direct factor. And then the other area is the direct way to get into this area is either from Choctaw Road or from Anderson Road, and you have 240 and I-40. So the limitations of getting traffic in and out of there is quite a bit impacted, let me put it that way. So out of this, with the 4 neighborhoods, that's our concern of the increased traffic and the water table being affected and the water runoff being affected, or is that factor going to be taken care of? So, thank you very much, council members.
Thank you. And perhaps Barry, I don't know if you'd want to address the drainage review and the review that will occur regarding all of the things that he mentioned, actually.
Very Elijah from City Public Works. I'll address the runoff from the site and the site detention. As far as the water table, that gets a little bit outside of my area of expertise on what the wells will do for that. But as far as the drainage and detention, we will review that through Public Works in accordance with the ordinances. That will be our guideline. What does the ordinance require? To my knowledge, out in this area, it does not fall within our detention required area, and so we would not be requiring them to put in any on-site stormwater detention. I think that as I look at the contours, and I'm not just intimately familiar with all of it, but it looks like the water, it runs in several different directions, and so I don't see that there's a single point of discharge that's going to have a significant impact on the surrounding properties. Will they get additional runoff? There will be some, but these are large lots as well. So the lot coverage percentage will be relatively small. But again, emphasize, I think the main thing is we will be reviewing that in accordance with the drainage ordinance that is currently in place in the city.
And there will be a final plat. So we will get to see some of the product of any changes that may occur as a result of the review that happens between now and that process. So I would definitely, that does not get noticed, right? The final plat, does it get re-noticed?
It will be.
So you should get something, some information about that to come back and see where we are with that process as well.
Mr. Lodge, could you explain at what point that review occurs and in what manner persons in the public are permitted to participate in that review?
So we're at the preliminary plat stage now. That will be approved by this commission. When the applicant submits their final plat for review, they are also required at that time to submit all of their construction plans with that. And that's when we will do the review for the drainage, any impacts that might have. We'll review their paving and storm sewer plans that go with the development. As far as the public participating in the review, we typically don't do that, but they are allowed to call, and we'll talk with anybody about any questions that they have. And then as a matter of course, any of the documents that are submitted to the city are available to the public through the Freedom of Information Act also. So they can request that through an open records request through the city clerk's office to have, so they can look at the plans at the same time.
In terms of how that process is managed, will your review be finalized before notice goes out on the final plat?
No, the notice will go out, and Jared can correct me if, or Jeff can if I misstate this. I think the notice goes out, has to go out a minimum of 3 weeks prior to the meeting. Am I getting that right? So they turn the plans in. We will be in the process of that review. As a general rule, as we're reviewing the plans, we'll go through, I'd say usually a couple of check prints on that. Each one of those check prints in our office right now is taking about 4 weeks. So we could have our initial review completed before it comes before this commission on the final plat, but we would not have signed off and approved the plans prior to that.
So when you receive your notice of the final plat, that will be a signal to you if you have questions that still need answer to contact you particularly, Mr. Lodge?
Yeah, you can get in contact with me, and then I may not be the one answering all the questions, but I can direct that to our review staff at that point.
Is that helpful?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from, comments from commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question either for the staff or maybe Commissioner Privet. The TE3 street stub to the west, why are we not asking for it to the east?
That was Mark Grubbs.
Sure.
That was retained as agriculture in the PUD.
It's
So
the
it would,
same-
it would require rezoning. It'd be 5-acre tracts. Connectivity would be not desirable to the 1-acre tracts.
Does
And
the same
you
property?
also have a large draw, sorry to interrupt. You also have a very large draw that runs down through there. Majority of the drainage goes to the south and east. I believe that gentleman lived north and east, he said, as far as drainage. But
Does the same property owner own the property to the east? I'm just wondering if we're going to have another application come in soon to rezone this to look just like that, but not have a stub there.
no, I represented a different owner in the rezoning, so no. The answer is no, it's not the same applicant.
Okay. I guess back to the city staff then, is that right? Why we're not asking it to the east because of it's a slope and ag? But I would have thought if you're asking for it for the west, you'd ask for it to the east.
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. It's all under the same PUD, so if you may recall, it's hard to see or maybe remember, but this has 2 5-acre tracts that are proposed along the arterial street and then a large open area in the back.
So you're saying since there's already, the intention is for that to remain just, agricultural, so it's incompatible. I think though, knowing an area like this, I tend to support, even though I'm a strong supporter of the connectivity just generally between neighborhoods. Given the nature of this, I think it seems appropriate for us to grant the variance. I don't know, any other thoughts from commissioners on that?
Only that the point is kind of well taken, when you're starting with raw or agricultural land and it's tending toward development, it's hard sometimes to pick the right point at which you start requiring that connectivity. This sort of spear down through the center of this section, you know, I think it's a good question to ask, is all I'm saying.
Staff have any comment on that before we vote on the variance? Okay. Then I think we're just ready for a motion. Commissioner Privet?
I will move to approve variance to section 5.3.1.d.5.
The motion is to grant the variance to section 5.3.1.d.5 of the subdivision regulations. Is there a second? Looks like there is. Okay, we might be up and working. All right, been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. Excellent. Commissioner Privet?
And on the item C7533, I move approval.
Commissioner Privet moves approval of C7533. That motion has been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. I'll say it before we get to item 4, just a friendly reminder as we're continuing to get new guests, that if you're wishing to address the commission, you'll need one of these forms to request to sign up to speak, and so you can visit with Sarah right here in the front if you'd like to address the commission. We're ready for item 4.
Item 4 is case CE 1092, application to close a 50-foot portion of the east-west alley of Block 15, Belle Verne addition, west of North Kentucky Avenue and north of Northwest 9th Street.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive, on behalf of the applicant. This application corresponds with a SPUD that was approved in December for multifamily. So the application before you will just allow them to begin construction on that. It's to close a small portion of an alleyway on the site. There's no connectivity, to Kentucky Avenue there on the east. So, and no public use it, so there's not going to be any connectivity issues. No connectivity will be lost. There are no TEs. Staff recommends approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Govine, this is in your ward. Would you like to begin our discussion?
Sure.
I got to recuse.
I've met with the applicant on this. It's for the most part, a clerical issue of needing to clean up the easement that's jutting into the property for a prior approved SPUD. So I have no concerns with it. If anyone else has any questions, or I don't believe there's anyone here to speak, is there?
No one signed up to speak. Any questions or
I'm in
comments from
support.
commissioners? I think we're ready, Commissioner Govine.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve CE 1092.
The motion is to approve CE 1092. That motion has been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. Thank you. We're now in line for item 5.
Item 5 is case SP 571, application to operate automotive and equipment, automobile dealerships, and malls use in C3, located at 601 West I-240 Service Road.
Again, Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application for a special permit for David Stanley dealership. It's right off of I-240 Service Road. It's adjacent, abutting another car dealership to the west, and then there's some commercial and retail. There's also some auto sales to the south of I-240 Service Road. There is an entrance to the north, which will not be utilized, and it will be gated. We can certainly, there are no TEs now, we can add that, however, to require further that north entrance is gated. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Commissioner Privet?
Yes. Sorry, a little discombobulated coming back. Yeah, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
We do not.
Okay.
And I don't know if you're in support of the northern gate to access is it the church?
It's a church parking lot, yeah.
Other thoughts from commissioners? I think we're okay with it if the applicant's okay with it.
There is a couple other properties that go into that church parking lot, and they're gated off also.
Right, right, yeah.
Gate there.
Okay.
Makes sense. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I think you're on, Commissioner.
All right, I'll move to approve SP 571.
Adding the TE
Add in the TE.
to
yes.
require the gate to the north?
Yeah.
Excellent. The motion is to approve of SP 571. It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available.
Thank you.
The motion passes. Thank you. We're now in line for item 6.
Item 6 is a resolution finding that the proposed amendments to the Downtown Maps Economic Development Project Plan are in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan and recommending approval.
Good afternoon. Joanna McSpadden with the city's finance department. I'm back again with another project plan amendment, this time for downtown. This is the project plan document, the screen that was just up. You guys have 2 copies of that in your packet. The first one is going to be the red line, and then the second one is a complete and final version of what that project plan would look like once it's adopted. What I want to walk through today are 3 maps that will illustrate kind of the bulk of the changes that we're making, if you can switch over to the map. So this first map, the orange outline shows you exactly what the footprint of TIF 2 is right now. And then, go back real quick. The aqua color on the, kind of along the eastern boundary, we're looking to pull out to, for a future inclusion in the innovation district. So you would hear an amendment to that at a later date, because today we're just talking about the downtown. So the proposed change right now is just to remove that from TIF 2 for a future inclusion in TIF 11 or the innovation project plan. The other 2 changes are, you'll see the green pieces kind of on the southern portion. The one that's kind of shaped like an L is the U-Haul parking lot to kind of orient yourself. We have the ballpark and the parking lot east of the ballpark. The only reason the ballpark is included is because if there is development on that parking lot, there's a portion of the ballpark parcel that would allow for some structured parking, and we wanted to be able to include that to perhaps incentivize it if we needed to at a later date. The last change is really tiny. It's very hard to see. It's yellow, and it's kind of in the center southern portion. Those are the 2 buildings that flank the eastern portion of the First National. And so what we're looking to do is pull all of these properties out of TIF 2 to give you kind of an idea of what the magnitude of that is. Those properties account for about 2% of tax collections in TIF 2. So that it's a minor portion of what TIF 2 is today. And really the idea is these are properties that have kind of been left behind. TIF 2 is expiring with tax year 2026, which will still happen. There's no proposal to extend that of any kind. These would be new TIFs that would be perhaps pulled out for future development and allow us to have the full 25 years to perhaps incentivize development on those parcels. The next 2 maps will give you a closer look at the 2 pieces that would remain in the downtown project plan. So we would have what we are calling TIF C, which would be numbered later on when we're ready to kind of start the clock on that. This is the one that I explained earlier. And then if you go to the next one, it gives you a close-up of those 2 properties there near the First National. The project plan gives you all of the details, kind of to summarize some of the other changes we made in the project plan. We kind of condensed some of the descriptive language in the opening, so you'll notice that if you were to look at the red line version. And of course, we have the budgets that is established for that TIF C and TIF D. I'd be happy to answer questions if anybody has any. The next steps, just to give you kind of an idea, so we've been to the TIF review committee, which is the other taxing jurisdictions. They have recommended approval. And then the next step after this phase would be city council.
Thank you. Jared, would you mind going to the first map that was shown? So just so I'm clear, the aqua-colored portion of the map is going to be included in the Innovation District's
That's the
TIF.
plan.
The remaining colored areas are going to be removed from this TIF, and then a new TIF request will occur, and at that time, we'll have the opportunity to review and vote on that. So at this point, what we're doing is just removing those items. We are not increasing the scope of the existing TIF.
So you are today requested to recommend approval for the changes
removing all of the properties from the purple area, from TIF 2, and recommending approval of those two new TIFs, TIF C and
And
TIF
both.
D.
Okay.
Because those are part of the downtown project plan. So really what you're doing is you're recommending approval of the downtown project plan amendment, which includes all of those changes.
moves.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then you will receive another presentation probably in the next couple of months for that innovation district change, which would then be pulling that aqua piece in,
Great.
among some other changes that they're going to make to that one.
I know this is both, I guess, for wards 6 and 7. I've had my say, I think. Commissioner Powers?
I think when we get around to the innovation, I would love for staff to come and make a presentation to the Capitol Medical,
They actually are required to do that.
okay?
Or they will.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, they will. I'm not sure in which order, if it will come to them before planning, but both of you will hear it.
Commissioner Govine?
I have no questions. It makes sense to me.
Okay. We do have any other questions, comments from commissioners before we hear from the audience? We do have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Mike Reynolds. And again, you have 5 minutes to address the commission. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Listen fast. My name is Mike Reynolds. I'm a taxpayer and a voter living in South Oklahoma City. Headline in the newspaper 2 days ago, Oklahoma City council members may soon be asked to approve a new $200 million tax increment finance district. This TIF was set to run previously and would expire in 2026. This now gives the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the Urban Renewal Authority another 20 years to get it right. They haven't been able to get it right in the last 22. I doubt if they'll do it in the next 20. It uses a carve-out mechanism, which is entirely inappropriate. An interesting comment in the article: we have no intentions of doing anything with the ballpark. 10 to 15 years ago, when I was a state representative, I met with Mr. Bob Funk. He wanted to purchase the parking lot that's in question today. We were told he couldn't do that because it was in a TIF. Imagine that. It would have been on the tax rolls for the last 10 years had it not been held till today for special interest. During this time frame, I also had another constituent that was interested in purchasing the old Mercy Hospital. Couldn't do it. It was in a TIF, an improvement district. Still, that's a mess, as I'm sure you ought to know. The news article goes on to say the proposed development south of Reno and a development deal that led to a construction of the Omni Hotels prohibits the city from using tax increment financing in other nearby hotels. Makes you wonder if the current process is a devious way around that agreement. One of the beneficiaries of the TIF said, "It's a moonshot. If we can pull this off, it'll be fantastic." Of course, the people benefiting from the $200 million of taxpayer money would think it's fantastic. Title 62 of the state statutes, 855C reads, prior to approval by a governing body, the review committee shall consider and determine whether the proposed plan and project will have a financial impact. We have an impact statement that doesn't talk anything about the financial impact. It says, no specific measurable demand for increased services. Not one word about a financial impact. Doesn't meet the criteria prescribed in the statutes. The fiscal impact analysis from February 15th meeting completely ignores financial impact. The statute requires an economic impact study. The report doesn't begin to meet those requirements. The schools will be reimbursed for the loss of tax revenue. By who? The Oklahoma taxpayers, to the tune of 70%, $70 million for every $100 million granted. However, the counties will not be reimbursed. The counties will be losing the revenue, 12%, $12 million for every $100 million. Since 1994, the county has lost $39 million in revenue from these nefarious schemes. Is it constitutional? Article 10, Section 19 of the Oklahoma Constitution says, in part, specification and purpose of tax, devotion to other purposes. Every tax act shall specify distinctly the purpose for which the said tax is levied, and no tax levied and collected for one purpose shall ever be devoted to another purpose. you're expecting taxpayers in other areas to subsidize this. That's being devoted to another purpose, obviously, patently unconstitutional. 3 questions have been asked to the Oklahoma Attorney General regarding TIF districts. Probably the most relevant is the one that I asked when I was a sitting representative. I submitted it in 2009. It was a rather peculiar answer because it was combined with another legislator's request, and the answer didn't answer my question.
1 minute
But the Attorney
remaining.
General would never add additional information. The Local Development Tax Act allows for a tax increment finance district to be amended. It doesn't say it can be carved out. That's nowhere in the statutes, but that's what this body is being asked to do. Carve it out. You've already been collecting for 22 years. Let's carve it out and give them another 26. Patently absurd. Nowhere in the statutes or the AG opinions or Supreme Court decisions are carve-outs sanctioned. For this reason, I urge you to reject today's application and ask the Oklahoma Attorney General, I urge you to ask the Oklahoma Attorney General for a new opinion on this and send it back to the review committee, which has done a very poor job in their duty to review. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Reynolds?
I do.
Commissioner LaFleur.
Thanks. Thanks for that. You said it was going to be brief, but it was thorough, and I appreciate it. It was good. Appreciate reminding me you were a representative. Now I kind of understood. You made a comment that this is held for a special interest. I don't know who that is. I don't know if anybody up here does. I'm not sure your approach. My question is going to be for our chair, the staff. If this goes to the city council, I'm assuming it does. I think I saw that, right?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that last
This goes
part
to
of-
the city council as opposed to this commission, so I get that we need to vote, and maybe we need to hold it up or not. But this goes to the city council. They're elected officials. You can appreciate that. You were elected. I felt like everything you said there was in their purview, and you need to contact them in advance of the city council, and everything you just said seems like you need to take that up to the city council. Mr. Chair, if we need to pause before moving this on to them, I'd entertain that, but well, I read the record I had in front of me, and I didn't see anything about holding things for special interests or anything else you said. So I refer you to, I don't usually do that, but I refer you to speak with the elected officials, city councilmen, before it gets to them.
I mean, we're fully within our rights to review the process as Mr. Reynolds outlined. My comment on that would be, we've reviewed TIFs countless times while I've been on this commission. The process we're following today is consistent with any of those amendments before. I'd certainly welcome any comment from the municipal counselor's office. I mean, Commissioner LaFord, you and I are both attorneys. I don't think we're prepared to answer thoroughly whether what's been presented to us as commissioners is legally sufficient. So I'm going to rely on the municipal counselor's office to tell us whether that's true or not.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Douglas. I'm with the City Attorney's Office. What you have been presented is absolutely constitutional under Article 10, Section 6C, which allow the legislature to form the Local Development Act, and the procedures that we're following today are in conformance with the Constitution and the Local Development Act.
So I appreciate you, Mr. Reynolds, coming to visit us with us and share your concerns. I know that there's certainly plenty of diverse opinions across the city about whether TIFs are a good economic development tool or not. But as far as making the decision, unless commissioners have other comments, my view is the city is telling us we're within our authority by the way that they've presented it. I'm not seeing any information that's been presented thus far that leads me to believe that that is not true. And so I would encourage you to continue to voice your objections as this process moves forward, including going to the city council.
Thank you. May I respond?
Please.
Yes. I think the special interests are the individuals that are benefiting from the $200 million. That is perfectly obvious, I would think. Whether it's constitutional or not, it is a violation of the Constitution, contrary to what was just stated. That has not been ruled as a constitutional use of public funds. There has been no ruling at the Supreme Court, I don't believe, and if the counselor has one, I'd be happy to hear it. I will present before the city council also and contact my councilman. I've probably should have gone to the review committee. There are so many levels to this that it was very confusing, even for a person that was sitting as a state representative. So I will pursue this on other avenues, but if I go to the city council, I know this remark will be, why didn't you go to the planning commission?
Well, we're glad you're here, though,
And I
Mr.
don't
Reynolds.
like that yo-yo thing.
I understand that. Well, I appreciate that, and so now we have something to consider as we make our decision of whether or not to approve this TIF. So thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you for your time.
I just want to clarify one quick point. The TIF Review Committee is comprised of all of the other taxing jurisdictions, including the county, and they unanimously voted to recommend the changes.
So,
which Freeman
again,
is
could you
on.
repeat that one more time? I know, getting close to the mic if you don't mind, I'm sorry.
The TIF Review Committee is comprised of all of the other taxing jurisdictions affected by the TIF, and they voted unanimously to approve the changes. And that includes in Oklahoma County Representative Butch Freeman, their treasurer, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I address that?
Well, Mr. Reynolds, now we're going to have to, I know we have a long agenda today. We did give you your 5 minutes to address the commission, and we have heard you and your concerns about the constitutionality and concerns about the process itself and concerns about who the TIF is even going to benefit. And so we certainly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments from commissioners before we vote?
Okay, so back in the days when I was just a poor lowly practicing lawyer, practiced law with Dan Batchelor, who wrote the constitutional amendment that makes tax increment financing legal in the state of Oklahoma. He and I, together with a number of representatives at State House, wrote legislation that brought TIF to life in the state of Oklahoma. It's very important to remember that the way the whole process is set up, it is intended to be, I'll say, leverage to spur private investment, but it is restricted to public use. There's the idea of it being nefarious in some way is a little offensive, I guess, to me, having spent so many years working with this tool and working on this tool to try to perfect it. There was an issue at the time that the first, I don't even like the term carve-out, the first extension of the time limit for a portion of the TIF was utilized, and that was all worked through at great length to make sure that it was being done in a legal way. This is property that has been adjudged to not be producing tax revenue for various reasons, either because it's held publicly or because it is so underutilized or underdeveloped that it's simply, sitting fallow in terms of the tax rolls. The money has to be spent on public uses, public infrastructure mainly, but not entirely in this day and age. But it has to be public. It can't be private. You're not handing the money over to other people to pay their bills. That's not the way it works. I feel very, very confident that this process, on the one hand, I think Mr. Reynolds indicated he thought the process was too complicated. What I would say is that it's very thorough. The process of review and decision about where this money is to go, how it's to be spent, where it's to be taken from, and where it's to be distributed, because those are two different things under a TIF process. So I feel very, very comfortable that we're not only within our purview, but that this is constitutional and legal.
Thank you. Other thoughts from commissioners? Well, then I think we're ready to vote. I don't know, Commissioner, would anyone like to make the motion?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend approval to City Council of the Downtown Maps Economic Development Project Plan Revision.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. One other thing I
Please.
would like our staff person to come forward and indicate whether the fact that they're asking for this separation of these certain properties is any indication that, as I I don't want to put words in Mr. Reynolds' mouth, but it seemed to me he was saying it hasn't succeeded in the last 22 years, they're not going to get it right now, as though this whole process had been a big failure.
Yeah.
And I think that is entirely contrary to fact.
Right.
So I'd like for you to address that issue if you would.
So I wish I had some of the documents in front of me. So the tax collection in the TIF fund, if I'm recalling correctly, were around $5 million in the early years of the TIF. Our check that this year will be $17 million. So we have successfully grown that tax base immensely. And in 2026, when the TIF ends, there is going to be a pretty nice windfall for those taxing jurisdictions that were participating in that TIF district when the TIF ends and those revenues start kind of flowing back through the system.
People are not aware that the city does not collect property tax. In fact, people running for office, I'm sure, hear that all the time. Do something about my taxes, my property taxes. It's not a thing. We don't get money from property taxes. The whole concept behind TIF was to try to create tax revenue with respect to properties that were really not producing very often any, but very much underproducing, if any, and to use that income to leverage further development, which boosts the tax rolls for every taxing jurisdiction in the state. So I think this is an enormously, it's one little piece of a big puzzle on an economic development package. It's not panacea, it's not the be-all and end-all. It very, very seldom makes something happen, in and of itself. But it has been a wonderful, wonderful tool in so very many respects here in Oklahoma City, and has brought to life projects and developments that would never have occurred, including looking at the properties that are being carved out of for the Innovation District. None of that would be there without TIF. Most of Bricktown would not be there without TIF. So the idea that you're taking money away from people, that's just not how it works. You're creating revenue. They defer it for some period of time, but at the end, whatever has been created and whatever tax that creation is producing goes all to the taxing jurisdictions. So, enough.
Well, I certainly agree and have seen the impact that it's had in Northeast Oklahoma City, and I think it's, I agree with your statement that it's just one tool in the toolbox of many that need to be used to continue to spur economic development in areas in Oklahoma City that have not been as heavily invested in. And, there are certainly some valid criticisms, as Mr. Reynolds mentioned, but, on balance, I still think it's been a net benefit to our city, and I'm in support.
I agree, having worked on projects that receive TIF funding, it's not easy to get it, and you have to provide a lot of documentation, and it's for improvements that benefit the public realm, that can be seen and used by, it's not hidden in the building, it's not going in someone's pocket. So I agree with your sentiments, Janice. Sorry, Commissioner.
So the motion is to approve the resolution amending the TIF district. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. We're now in line for item 7.
Item 7 is case PC 10867, application to rezone 8800 North Kelly Avenue from R1 to R2.
Is there an applicant present? Thank you. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Jesse Escobar. Address is 8800 North Kelly.
Thank you. Tell us about your project.
Yeah, we're wanting to rezone from an R1 to an R2, develop 2 to 3 modern multifamily homes.
Thank you. This is in Ward 7. I'll ask, have you visited with any of the neighbors who are on that street? I understand that this is on Clover Lane. Have you visited with any neighbors about this?
We have not.
I would encourage you to do so. I don't know if, it looks like we at least have one person signed up to speak today to talk about this issue, but I imagine that regardless of how this commission votes today, there is going to be a desire from Councilwoman Nice and maybe all the city council for you to have sat down with them and talk to them about what your specific plans are.
Okay.
I do know that certainly the setbacks and some of the other issues that may concern some of the neighbors as far as the way that the duplex is situated on the property will certainly be comparable to the other single-family homes on that street. But there's always a concern about mixing some of the densities with the neighbors, which I'm sure we will likely hear about. Any other questions from commissioners on this? Okay, we do have one person signed up to speak. Justin Jennings. And you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Justin Jennings. Address is 1008 Clover Lane. You're exactly correct about mixing population densities or residential zoning. We've got, actually our deed restrictions say that you can only have R1 in that McCurry Heights district. And we have about 26 of the 30 properties have signed off to oppose that rezoning. And I think about 11 of them are here today. They'd like to stand or so. So I think pretty simple.
Any other comments?
Just, I mean, we respect the right of the new property owner to build what they want, but I think it needs to be, similar to what's already there. So multifamily, they're all the lots in there are large lots, single family. So it just doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, well, thank you. And I don't think we have anybody else signed up to speak, but we'll certainly take those comments into account as we decide what we're going to do on this case, but thank you.
Thanks.
Other thoughts from commissioners? I'm inclined to suggest that the applicant consider a continuance. Let's have some meetings with the neighborhood. Let's talk about it and come back. Other thoughts?
Do the deed restrictions encompass this piece of property? I would say no.
I don't think that's up to us to decide.
Right, we would not
Yeah, I was gonna say you
have
would
anything to do with that. They could still enforce their own covenants if it was a violation. That would be a civil matter.
That'd be a civil matter that we wouldn't have authority over. How do you feel about taking a continuance, visit with the neighbors, and then bring it back on the next meeting, which would be March 9th?
Okay, I can visit with the neighbors. I pretty much heard what he had to say on his end of it. Is it going to be the same outcome or same, would it still go to?
So your options are, you could take the continuance, visit with neighbors, see if there's something you can modify, change, make them more comfortable, which I would think would require refiling this request as probably an SPUD, which would allow us to make some additional changes if there are any to be reached with any mutually beneficial or acceptable changes. That'd be the form, most likely. But I do find that it's helpful, in my experience, to have conversations with neighbors and applicants to see if there is anything to reassure them that your development will be acceptable and not disruptive to them.
Okay, I can do that.
So I think there's probably consensus here, but I can't make the motion.
I'll make a motion to continue it for 2 weeks. Was it good enough?
So the motion, Commissioner LaForge has moved to continue this item to the March 9th meeting. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available. And I'm certainly happy the motion passes. I'm happy to help you in facilitating that. I'm willing, and I, of course, don't have a card on me, but I'm certain that between our staff members with the city can help you connect with me and get my contact information, but I'm certainly happy to help you and help the neighborhood in facilitating a conversation with you between now and March 9th.
Okay, that'll work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We're now in line for item 8.
Item 8 is case PC 10869, application to rezone 18622 Southeast 59th Street from AA and C3 to C3.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application that is made possible by the new turnpike, much like what you've seen in the western part of Oklahoma County. Eastern Oklahoma County had a turnpike that came through it, and so what it is doing is changing the nature of the land uses as it's adjacent to the turnpike. So what we propose is a C3 application. Staff recommends approval. I am not aware of any protest.
Thank you. This is in Ward 4. Commissioner Privet?
And I'm normally not real keen on straight C3, but, you know, being next to a major turnpike, it kind of makes sense now, so. I got no issues.
Other questions, comments from commissioners? I don't have anyone signed up to speak, so Commissioner Privet?
All right. I'll move to approve case number PC 10860.
Commissioner Privet moves to recommend approval of PC 10869 to City Council. Let's see if we got it up. I'll refresh this time.
Yeah.
To make sure that
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
There we go. The motion's been made by Commissioner Privet. It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we're getting ready for the next item, I'll remind anyone who's come to join us that if you're wishing to speak to the commission, you have these forms. Sarah right here has the forms for you to sign up to speak. Anyone that has not signed up to speak will not be able to speak before the commission. We're now in line for item 10.
Item 10 is SP 570, application to operate a mining and processing mineral and raw materials use in the I-2 Industrial District, located at 4626 Northeast 23rd Street.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an item that was deferred from the last Planning Commission hearing for an opportunity for my client and a few of the commissioners to meet to discuss some of the details of the mining permit. We were able to have that meeting yesterday. My understanding is that the chair has had the opportunity to relay what changes we are going to propose today to the neighbors. So what we are proposing, again, is a mining operation to take that topsoil off and to prepare the site ultimately for development. We are in agreement with the 2 TEs and would propose to add 2 additional TEs. If you recall, there was discussion last time about, Jared, could you put the aerial? The setback from the homes that are along North Cherry Avenue, whether or not the 200 feet was from the structure or the 200 feet was from the property line. As the mining permit was applied for, it was 200 feet from a structure. My client has gone back and is comfortable now with adding a technical evaluation that the separation requirement shall be 200 feet from any property line of a home that fronts North Cherry Avenue. Then we were in a discussion regarding the length of time. As requested, the Department of Mines has issued a permit for a 7-year period. There was discussion yesterday, and where we ended up, I think, being comfortable was for a period of 54 months. So that would what we would propose as TE number 4. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we hope that the modifications have made this a reasonable request. It is zoned I-2, so giving 200 feet from the property line for this use is, I think, more than what could be expected under the current zoning if somebody was ready to develop, and we hope that the commission sees that as a positive.
Thank you. And I was a part of the conversations with some other commissioners on this issue and appreciate them and their perspectives and the willingness to move. Obviously, the number one concern is making sure that the people who live on Cherry Street have some reasonable protection from the noise, dirt, other issues that may come up as they're moving the dirt around in this area. So the debate in the previous commission meeting was about whether or not the buffer zone that would be created started at the property line or whether it started at the actual dwelling of the residences. So we've clarified that with the TE to say that the buffer begins, the 200 feet begins at the edge of the property line, and that no trees, shrubbery, any of that can be removed from that area. We did look at the map and see how heavily wooded it is, so that is a comfort. The other thing, I don't think anybody just wants a mine anywhere near any kind of, any home. But the challenge here is the current zoning. It is zoned I-2, and which means that if they had actual development plans, the property owner could develop within 25 feet of the property line. So while this is no comfort, I think, in that no one wants to see a mine, I certainly prefer a 25-foot buffer for a 200-foot buffer that retains the trees versus some action that's taken that's only 25 feet from the property line. So I am going to be in support of this and certainly would encourage the developer to continue to have conversations with the neighbors as well. Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Well, I had one point of clarification, which David might want to comment. The TE number 1 says, trees shall be preserved within setbacks where adjacent to a platted residential neighborhood.
Correct.
So for consistency of language, I would ask if you would be amenable to the 200-foot buffer is required where adjacent to a platted residential neighborhood for consistency, as opposed to lots that front on Cherry Avenue. That's a slightly different wording. That could exclude 3 lots at the north end of the, because they're not fronting Cherry Avenue, they're fronting 20th, but they would fall along the 200-foot.
I think that's fine. I guess the question, yeah, where that hand is, I don't know if those are structures or not. 200 feet.
No, I'm not talking about the R1 zone. I'm talking about, if we go to the black and white, not the satellite view.
Yeah, there's,
The zoning map?
Yeah, the zoning map. Where is it? First page in the app.
might change it to Cherry or 20th Street.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a language thing. I didn't want those 3 lots to be excluded because they don't specifically front on Cherry. There we
I
go.
think we added Cherry or 20th Street to catch those 3 houses at the top.
Yeah, that's fine.
Those are part of the platted residential neighborhood.
You're not concerned with the R1 tract that's...
No.
Okay.
Just the
We could just say 200 feet. Well, what I don't want to do, I don't know if that R1 is a platted R1 tract. I don't want 200 feet to be from that.
That's fair. I'm not suggesting that. So
Perhaps I work with staff. I mean, yes, anything that is Cherry Avenue or those 3 lots that are fronting 20th, we can be 200 feet from that.
Great.
Let's remember that for the writing of the TE. Any other questions or comments from commissioners before we hear from our neighbors? Joyce Willis is here. You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
At this time, I don't have anything. I just wanted to ensure.
But you have to come to the microphone. My wife can't hear you while she's watching on YouTube.
So at this time, I don't have anything I want to add. I just wanted to ensure that what was discussed was going to be disseminated here on today. So my presence is to ensure that what was discussed did get disseminated here, and I don't have anything to say. What we agreed upon is pretty good.
Thank you. Well, without any other questions or comments from commissioners, I think we're ready for a motion. And David, maybe you could read the language you'd like to see in these TEs before we vote.
So we're going to add 2 TEs. TE number 3 would be a 200-foot separation requirement as measured from any platted residential lot, but for that one piece of whatever is R1. So as long as we understand it doesn't include that. TE4, the period of time for the special permit shall be 54 months.
So do we think that language is sufficient to cover those three homes? Our intention, or maybe staff's got enough has heard the hearing well enough to understand our intent in this motion to sufficiently write the TEs, I suppose. Okay. I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend approval of case number SP 570.
The motion is to recommend approval of SP 570 to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did it show? Oh. I'm on my screen at least said 9 votes in favor.
Yeah, I saw it.
So I think we're in line for item 11.
Item 11 is case PUD 1928, application to rezone 5600 South Shartel Avenue from R1 to PUD 1928.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant. Application before you is a PUD that would allow a modified multifamily development, but multifamily limited to a townhome rather than a traditional multifamily unit. So this is an area that is surrounded by a mix of zoning, everything from R1 all the way up to R4. Staff does recommend approval. There are 2 TEs, both of which we agree to. And in speaking with the commissioners, someone asked that we require an additional TE, that we be required to fence off the oil and gas equipment. We are agreeable to that. So we would propose to add TE3, that a site-proof fence would be required around the existing oil and gas facilities.
Thank you. Commissioner Privet, it's your day. It's you and I. We're sharing today.
All right, yeah. I do like the TE for around the oil and gas equipment. I was gonna, wonder what it's gonna do to, be there, but yeah, it's good. I think it's good infill and kind of hide the oil field equipment a little bit. Next to R4, and I'm in favor.
I completely agree. Any other comments, questions from commissioners?
I do have a question. Not so much for the applicant, I guess. It's more to staff and maybe just between us. I noticed that the parking requirement here is for 1.5 parking spaces per 2 and 3 bedroom units. It seems to me like we are really struggling with our parking requirements on residential. I've heard and discussed with applicants sort of both sides of that issue in areas, especially within the core, where we are doing like everything we can do to promote non-vehicular motion, for people to use public access or public transportation and to actually walk and ride their bicycles and do things like that. That shapes that concern for me in one direction, where those services are available and where we have an active interest in promoting them. I don't know enough to know whether 1.5 is the standard amount of parking that would ordinarily be required for this type of a facility, whether there's something about this one that's special that makes that appropriate here, or whether, we're just sort of pulling it out of our hats. And I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah. So, my client, this is the type of product that they routinely build. They've got multiple projects across the city. This is what they have found to be the necessary parking. If you think about when our parking ratios were established, it's kind of in I think the 80s, when the mindset, whether it was commercial or multifamily, was you build your structure and then you have a sea of parking. What we have found is the parking counts required in the code for multiple types of uses, but specifically multifamily, are in excess of what is needed. And so rather than build a bunch of parking that would just be an ugly piece of asphalt, you're seeing more and more developers come in and use specifically what they show that the market is requiring for parking counts.
I can follow that right along with respect to non-residential uses. At residential uses, it doesn't come to mind, I guess, of residential developments, multifamily, that have more parking than they need. Is that really a thing?
Yes.
Yes.
It's a thing.
Okay, that's an adamant yes.
If you build per the probably still existing, but zoning codes in the urban area, you overbuild parking, and it hurts the development.
For residential development.
For multifamily residential specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I've participated in the same types of studies, and we found it was, 25% lower was still more than enough than what was requiring, one per bedroom, for example. That's just more than is needed, in my experience on these.
Is there anybody on staff that wants to offer an opinion about that?
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. Do you mean specifically what code would normally require for multifamily?
Well, that.
Or what, okay. So for a standard multifamily residential, a one-bedroom is 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. And then any 2 or more bedroom unit, they would be required 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. And then
So 2 or more, so if it had 5 bedrooms, it'd still be 2 parking spaces.
2, right, correct.
So
And so-
that's one issue, the bedrooms versus the unit and our way of looking at it versus what kind of might make more sense. But go on, I'm sorry.
No, and just that if it were, let's say, to be considered 2 or 3, 4 family residential, depending on how many they built, that would also be 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So, of course, I think this commission knows that staff typically supports reduction in parking requirements. And so we didn't have any comment about that.
Do we do anything to trade that off? I mean, are there going to be bike racks, or are there, I mean, you know, is there anything that we do to kind of promote alternative methods of motion?
Well, you're going to have additional green space where you would otherwise have parking. They aren't far enough along to know what the exact amenity package might be, but if nothing else, you get more green space than you would otherwise have, a sea of asphalt.
David, do you know where the nearest bus route is by chance?
I don't.
I don't recall. Walker.
My guess would be Walker.
Okay. So that's part of it. Just so we have been doing some parking studies for the new code. Admittedly, though, we've focused more on commercial uses because that's typically where the biggest problem is, the biggest over parking. So I don't know off the top of my head what we've found on multifamily residential, but it is something we want to make sure that we focus on as well because, as was said, we don't want, especially where there's transit or a walkable environment, we definitely want to minimize the amount of parking.
And are we gearing it that way? Are we looking at it as opposed to the one-size-fits-all, talking about where there is transit available and pedestrian options that are convenient and workable?
Yes, absolutely. That is foremost on our minds, so it'll be kind of customized as much as possible to, we anticipate that when you are near, within a reasonably walkable distance to a transit facility, that could allow you to reduce your parking requirements and also bike facility, even a mixed-use environment as well.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to cut into your particular application with those questions, but I do think it's something we need to keep front of mind as we're going with these, because it can be confusing with the units and the bedrooms and.
I agree. I agree too, and there's, particulars of each development and where it's located have an impact on the number of vehicles that you end up with, so there's a lot of variables. This one looks like it has quite a bit of parking.
We don't have anyone signed up to speak. Commissioner Privet?
Yeah, and I'll move to approve. What case are we on? PUD 1928.
With the additional TE to require site-proof screening around the oil and gas operation.
Yes.
The motion is to recommend approval of PUD 1928 to City Council. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes on the paper. And the motion passes. Thank you. We're in line for item 12.
Item 12 is PUD 1929, application to rezone 8825 North I-35 Service Road from PUD 771.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is underway with construction on this site. The old PUD that's in place, I believe it's PUD 771, has a base of I-1. And so what that did was it prohibited the ability to fuel fleet vehicles on site. The ability to fuel a fleet vehicle on site is very important to large warehouse developments. It's very common in large warehouse developments. So what we're asking for is to simply add that use back in. Staff has made an analysis with no technical evaluations, so we'd ask for your approval.
So just so we're clear too, David, I'm assuming there'd be like some garages or like, I'm assuming there's a building, I guess,
Yes, sir.
between, yeah.
There you go.
So that would block off any of the view from residents along Bryant?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any comments. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? I have no one signed up to speak on item 12, and I cannot make the motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval of PUD 1929 to City Council.
Commissioner Claire moves to recommend approval of PUD 1929 to City Council. That motion has been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available. I'm not showing a conclusion.
Thank you.
There we go. The motion passes. We're in line for item 13.
Item 13 is case PUD 1931, application to rezone 14,001 Northwood Drive from RA.
Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application to permit a personal storage facility. It's located along Northwest Expressway in Northwood near Piedmont. The site is actually within a plat that indicates that this area, as well as the vacant property to the west, is intended for commercial use. This is in line with that. There are no TEs. Staff has recommended approval, and we have not received any protest, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is in Ward 1. Commissioner Claire.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. This is pretty straightforward, being located on Northwest Highway. And as we've seen many of these come before, these are not high traffic generators, so I think it's appropriate across from the school.
I agree, and just for the sake of clarity, again, for those neighbors to your north, Caitlin, they look at the back of the building. So it's just going to look like, okay.
Right.
Just wanted to be sure, because it is disruptive to have to look at the, doors going in, up, the bay doors going up and down.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions or objections, but we do have one person signed up to speak, or two people signed up to speak on this item. Any questions from commissioners before we hear from them?
I just want clarifying, there's no lighting or wall packs on the back side of these units, right?
Correct. It'll be facing away from all the residences to the north.
Okay. First, Lisa Eckert. Oh, you're going to, okay. Joe Maxwell. You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. I'm Joe Maxwell. I live at 14109 Northwood Drive, which I'll be neighbors to the storage facility. I know we probably can't stop it, but we do have concerns. And some of the concerns is what you addressed is the traffic. It's across the street from elementary school. And I'm sure all of you have been around a school, morning drop-off and afternoon pickup. The line is bumper to bumper around the school and 200 yards down Northwest Expressway, bumper to bumper. And they park in the northbound lane of Northwood Drive. So it cuts it down to a one-lane street. And with their entrance coming off of Northwood Drive, it'll make it difficult on their customers. It makes it difficult on us living there. There's 4 school buses that come out of the school and try to get out of there. There's 3 kindergarten vans that leave the school and try to get out. We've had 1 fatality accident at the intersection there at Northwood and Northwest Expressway. I believe that was last year or year before. And we've had several other accidents at that intersection because a lot of it is because of the school traffic. And some of our other issues are, they mentioned in this a wall around it. We would like to see an 8-foot brick wall around it. I mean, I don't want to sit on my patio and be looking at metal storage buildings. It would be nice to have a brick wall with some type of landscaping.
Let's see what the developer thinks on that. Can we do 8 feet brick?
Well, in the PUD, we currently stipulate that'll be a 6 to 8 foot fence where they're not going to be able to see through that, right? And then in terms of traffic, since it's on Northwest Expressway and Northwood, which is cemetery to the south, this area is high traffic, I understand that. However, with this use, the traffic will be extremely low and sporadic, given any other use that could be developed there. So the school, of course, it won't.
They're building 100 new homes right there on Northwood Drive.
Right.
So that's going to add 150 to 200 cars on that street. The entrance needs to come off of Northwest Expressway and not off of Northwood Drive. It's not a city street. It's a narrow blacktop street.
Right. Well, I think that this may help alleviate any other development adding to that traffic. But I think that having an entrance on Northwest Expressway would pose some safety issues since Northwest
The
Expressway.
other storage buildings come off of Northwest.
Off of Northwest Expressway? I think that's a reasonable question as well. And just as a reminder to everyone, please make sure you all are addressing the commission, not each other.
Yeah, we're
I
sorry.
understand. Okay, so in response to, the question is, can you all go at just, how you all feel about 8 feet on the fence? And then eliminating wood as one of the options for the composition of the fence?
Yeah, because if it's wood, you know it's going to deteriorate over years.
True. Any other comments before? We'll give the
Yes.
applicant a chance to respond to all those specific requests.
Another concern I have is drainage. Our drainage is a grader ditch along the roadway. When we get a good rain, my yard gets about 4 to 6 inches of water in it because of the runoff. If you'll look on one of their plans, they have a drain coming out of the facility into the grader ditch on Northwood Drive. And when you concrete that many acres, you're going to have a lot more water runoff than we do now. There's a 24-inch tin horn that runs under Northwood Drive and dumps into the city drainage. I've had the engineers out there looking at it, and they said what needs to happen is there'd be 2 24-inch tin horns in there, but they wouldn't do it because of the development. They didn't want to close the road down, didn't dig it up and put another tin horn in. But with the added water in there, something needs to happen on the drainage. It's come within probably 2 inches to the top of my water well because it cannot drain through there and it backs up into my yard. But really, like I said, the main concern is the traffic. It's just, you try to, well, I have an RV. I have to plan my trips, time them where I can get home. I can't get my RV in the house during certain hours of the day because of the traffic. With the school back up and people coming out, if you're trying to turn in, you have to stop on Northwest Expressway, which is a hazard. And an entrance off of Northwest Expressway, I think would greatly improve or assist in our problem on Northwood Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Anybody have questions for Mr. Maxwell? No. I don't think so. Thank you. I think it'd be nice to know from the applicant, why not take access from Northwest Expressway? And what can you do on getting to 8-foot fence on the wall and eliminating, what do you think about eliminating wood as one of the screening?
In terms of access to Northwest Highway, the rate of speed on Northwest Highway is exceptionally fast, especially as you get further west in this part of the city. I think this posted speed limit might even be in excess of 45 miles an hour. I think having an access point off of there is frankly more of a traffic hazard than off of the north-south street. So in terms of the north-south street, I asked, luckily I had a civil engineer sitting to my right, the average trip count for a personal storage facility is 100 per day. For perspective, an office use, which I think is considered less intense than a commercial use, would routinely generate 1,200 trips per day. So from a traffic perspective, if we agree that this is going to develop commercially, which I believe it's a pretty good chance it will, this is probably the least intensive use you can imagine from a traffic standpoint. From the fencing standpoint, so we have wood as an option, but if you read the requirement, if we choose wood, we are required brick columns on 20-foot centers. So it's a heightened wood standard. Perhaps we agree to 8 feet, but we can't agree to a concrete wall or a brick wall all the way around. But we can agree to the 8 feet. We've already imposed upon ourselves the brick columns.
Commissioner Clare?
Well, a couple things. I just want to reiterate Mr. Maxwell's concern. It was the traffic, the brick wall, and the drainage. A couple things on that. Again, this is the lowest use. I mean, if you were to have a gas station on the corner or anything like that, even a strip mall, you're going to have a lot higher traffic counts. I'm okay with the 8-foot fence with the brick columns. From a drainage standpoint, it appears that there's a detention pond located on the site, and that's going to go through Public Works review.
Yep.
They will ensure that no greater amount of stormwater runoff leaves the site than currently exists. And then I just want to add from the traffic and the entrance off of Northwest Expressway. That's a state highway. I believe that requires a permit from ODOT for a curb cut. And I believe, I'm not sure of the requirements, but there's a minimum distance from an intersection that they would have to be in. I'm not sure there's enough frontage there.
That's important to know. And I'm sure you'd be willing to, Commissioner Clare, among his many talents, is also a former traffic commissioner, so I'm sure that's also an informed opinion. But I'm sure you'd be willing to visit with Mr. Maxwell and the neighbors if they had any further concerns. I can also say, having regularly voted on these rezoning cases, that I've heard it time and time again about the storage facility being more of a minimal traffic option. I know nothing is ideal, for this, but I certainly can appreciate that versus an office development or a gas station that would be more intense. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Sounds like we're at an 8-foot fence, but leaving the current requirements as far as what the fence can consist of will remain the same.
So perhaps we just have, there are no TEs, we add a TE to strike the 6-foot option on the fence.
Commissioners?
That makes sense to me.
Okay. Commissioner Clare?
Okay. So I'll move to recommend to City Council approval of item PUD 1931, adding the TE that strikes the 6-foot height option on the perimeter fence.
The motion is to recommend approval of PUD 1931 to City Council with the technical evaluation as read into the record. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. Thank you. And certainly we can help, Mr. Maxwell, certainly happy to visit with you all. I know Commissioner Clare is as well. We're now in line for item 14.
Item 14 is PUD 1933, application rezone 6401 Shiloh Boulevard from PUD 1135.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Star Road, on behalf of the applicant. This is a little over a 7-acre PUD, C2 PUD, allowing for mixed use, commercial and office. It abuts State Highway 152 with high traffic volumes, fast-growing area of commercial and office uses, and it's in close proximity to the turnpike there. It's in conformance with the comp plan. Staff recommends approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is in Ward 3, Commissioner Fraley.
I do have one concern. In the eating establishment section, the drive-in call boxes, it calls for 100 feet from any residential use or zoning, but typically it's 150 feet. Is there a reason that was reduced in the application?
It's a little bit skinnier of a parcel, so we requested the 100 in the PUD, and that's the reason for that, so.
With the 100 feet, I would ask that we can put it on the side of the building that's opposite of the residences. So
could we say 150, or within 100 feet, it'd be on the opposite side of the building?
that's good with me.
Okay.
Or maybe, just to be more specific, require that the call box be on the east side.
Correct. So it would be on the east side of any building if it was within 100 feet of any residential zoning or use. If it's outside of the 150 mark, it could be on the west side.
Okay.
Do we need to do north to south also? Because I believe there's residential on the south side.
Correct.
So that rule would still apply then, that if it's in excess, if it's less than 150 feet, then it has to be on the east side.
I'm in agreement with that.
So 100 feet to 149 feet.
Then the call box has to be on the east
The
side.
opposite side of the residential zoning,
Yeah.
correct.
Any other questions for the applicant from commissioners? Any other comments, concerns? Commissioner Fraley?
I move for approval of PUD 1933 with the addition of TE 1 for call boxes to be either 150 feet from residential if they're between
If they're less than 150
if
feet
they're-
from residential.
But would that make it so it could be less than 100 feet?
Oh, I guess that's true. We don't want that. You're right.
Yeah, so 100 feet to 149 feet from residential. The call box is located on the east side of the building.
That work? Mark?
Works for me, correct. I think we know the intent, and I'll work with staff
Yes.
on the
There
wording.
we go. They're way better wordsmiths than us. The motion, Commissioner Fraley has moved to recommend approval of PUD 1933 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available. You vote? There we go. The motion passes with the TE. Thank you. We're now in line for item 15.
This is SPUD 1485, application to rezone 4913 North Lincoln Boulevard from C3 commercial SPUD 452 and Lincoln Boulevard design overlay to SPUD 1485.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This application is along Lincoln Boulevard, and as you are aware, the Lincoln Boulevard overlay now exists, and so we were required to go in front of the Urban Design Commission yesterday afternoon. We did so and received a recommendation for approval for our SPUD. The SPUD would allow for 2 buildings to be built to allow the office warehouse use. Again, UDC recommended approval. We're asking you for a recommendation of approval, ultimately to go to City Council. I am happy to answer any questions. There are 2 support letters in your packet.
That's nice.
I never get support, so.
Never.
But I do today.
I don't have any comments. I'm glad that UCD was in support. I don't I don't have any questions, comments from commissioners? We don't have anyone sign up to speak.
All right. I'll move to make a recommendation to City Council to approve SPUD 1485.
The motion, Commissioner Claire has moved to recommend approval of SPUD 1485 to City Council.
And in support of Mr. Box, I'll second.
And there you go. And it's been
There it
seconded
is.
by Commissioner Hinkle. I think Commissioner Powers got to the button first, though. That's okay. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. Thank you. We're now in line for item 16.
This is case SPUD 1464, application to rezone 1645 Northwest 4th Street from R2 and I3.
Ms. Powers?
I'm sorry. Where are we?
We're on item 16.
I don't have item 16.
I believe you're going to recuse
I was about to say
yourself.
you're going to recuse.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Struggle along without me somehow.
We'll do our best.
Good afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I'm here today on behalf of the Homeless Alliance. Before you is an SPUD that would allow for a winter shelter as well as some housing on the west side of the development. We believe that this application is important, not just for what it serves, but also where it serves. I think it's important that you look at your staff report, and on the front, you will see that this item was originally set before you on November the 10th. I was engaged after that time. There was a meeting that was held with Mr. Work and Mr. Groves, who represented different interests in this area, and they asked us to defer it. We agreed. We deferred it for a long period of time in an effort to get a list of items that they thought were needed to make this application in compliance. In terms of its compliance, I think it's important that we look to the staff report and see a recommendation for approval with no technical evaluations. It's important that we place facilities that serve the homelessness in areas where the homeless are located. And that's what this opportunity provides. This is a strategic opportunity based upon where the day shelter is located, based upon where the Homeless Alliance headquarters are located. We made some modifications to the SPUD that we transmitted to Mr. Work. We can add it as a technical evaluation. We've already modified the SPUD, sent it to Mr. Work, and what we would ask is that we add section 9 entitled Other. The following shall apply to the emergency shelters and feeding sites, use unit only. There shall be a maximum of 300 participants at the facility. There shall be 2 contract security staff, 2 shelter staff, and 1 supervisor to oversee the operation. Dinner meals will be provided from the day shelter kitchen, volunteer-based organizations, and the regional food bank. At 6:03 yesterday evening, Mr. Work asked me if we could defer this item. We respectfully declined. This is a use that is of significant need, and it is of significant need here. Again, this was originally scheduled in November. Here we are, almost March. We don't have the luxury of continuing this anymore. I would like for Dan Strawn to come. He is the director of the Homeless Alliance, and walk through some of the logistics and why the need exists and why this location specifically is important.
Dan Strawn, 1724 Northwest 4th Street. I'm the executive director and the founder of the Homeless Alliance here in Oklahoma City. I've prepared some charts for the commission. Is it okay if I just hand those out? Thank you. So the Homeless Alliance has coordinated the community's response for winter shelter for about 15 years now. Prior to the pandemic, our practice in Oklahoma City was for most of the 7 overnight shelters, to go into overflow mode when the temperature was forecast to fall below 32 degrees. When the pandemic hit in 2020, that was no longer possible. Our overnight shelters, in fact, were reducing capacity in order to enable social distancing in their facilities. At that time, we knew we still had 300 unsheltered people in Oklahoma City and needed to make accommodations for them when temperatures fell below freezing. And so in partnership with the City of Oklahoma City and the Mental Health Association, we rented the old Willard School on 3rd and Indiana and opened that as a winter shelter. You can see utilization on the first chart. The red spike is, if you will remember, the February deep freeze in 2021. Because we had this dedicated winter shelter during that February deep freeze, we were the only city, large city, near us that did not have a single person experiencing homelessness perish from hypothermia. Tulsa couldn't make that claim, Dallas couldn't, Fort Worth couldn't, Fort Smith couldn't, Amarillo couldn't, but Oklahoma City could make that claim. The next winter, the Willard shelter was not available to us, and we were still in pandemic mode. The regular overnight shelters were not able to accommodate too many additional people, and you can see on the second chart our winter utilization in that winter. The red line near the bottom, that's total capacity. So you can see how many nights that year we were way over capacity. So for instance, in our night shelter, in our day shelter, we accommodated 200 people in a space that's really meant for 80. And then this winter, so far we have had, 51 nights that fell below freezing. Tonight will be number 52. The third chart that you have, the green line shows our capacity when it's 32 or below, and the red line shows our system-wide capacity when it's 20 or below. So you can see there's a tremendous unmet need, and as the number of unsheltered homeless in Oklahoma City, which our latest data says is about 500 on any given night, we are not able to accommodate them at this point. And so that is why a generous donor has made it possible for us to acquire that warehouse and equip it in a way to accommodate people who are living without shelter in Oklahoma City. If any questions for me?
There are probably going to be some, but I'm sure it'll be between you and David to help answer those questions. Commissioner Govine, do you want to begin our discussion?
Sure. We've had a number of meetings on this, and it has been continued. So, continued in the past. So I think we probably need to have this conversation today. I know there's, I believe there's opposition that would like to speak, and I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. I have some questions, but I think we should probably.
Well, I'll say at the onset, I think it's probably too strong of language to say opposition. I think the goal is for us to find a way to ensure that we are both meeting the needs of our homeless population while at the same time being respectful of the business and homeowners that are in the nearby area. And so it's within our purview to see what we can do to try to mitigate any potential harm or impact that could happen to those nearby businesses while also respecting the need to serve those people in our community. So we can give Kelly a moment to share with us thoughts on that.
And Kelly, before you start, I was going to kind of frame this as I understand it, and you'll obviously elaborate on that. But From past conversations, I understand there's nearby businesses that have concerns about pedestrian safety is one concern anyways, as far as where the meals are being provided versus where the emergency shelter is being provided. And my understanding, which the applicant may also wish to address afterwards, is that the food's provided on the west campus, the emergency shelter is a block and a half away on the east, and the trucks that serve some of the businesses there use 4th Street and are concerned about that conflict of interest and safety. That's one issue. So I'd like, probably both sides want to address that. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Govine and Commissioner Pennington. My name is Kelly Work. My address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, and I am appearing here today as attorney for American Glass, Inc., which has its business situated at 519 North Kentucky Avenue. And if you, I'll just refer you to the aerial photo there. They're on the west side of Kentucky, between Northwest 4th Street and Northwest 5th Street, or really between Northwest 4th Street and the alley that angles there just north of their building. They have an existing 45,000 square foot building there where they operate their business. Their parking lot is immediately to the south and does exit onto 4th Street. And I believe, and we did submit a letter to you all in response to this application, and I know you also had previously received a letter from Eric Groves, who represents Summit Machine Tool, which is at 318 North Indiana. So they're on the east side of the warehouse. As you all may know, Mr. Groves has been in the hospital and ill and is still recovering and has not, to my knowledge, re-engaged with his law practice. But so I don't have any further information about their response, but I just wanted to mention that. I do want to preface my remarks, and I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Pennington. We certainly recognize that homelessness is a critical issue that does require and deserve a community-wide response. And we certainly recognize the need that needs to be filled, and also appreciate the efforts and the role that the Homeless Alliance plays in that effort. And also, I don't want you all to understand from any of my comments that I believe or am saying that persons that experience homelessness are more likely to commit crimes than any other member of the general population. So I want to make that clear. I'm not intending to suggest that in my remarks. Just for a little bit of information about the nature of the business that American Glass is engaged in there at 519 North Kentucky. They are a glazing contractor, so their business includes installation of glass and frames on commercial construction projects. So they work on big buildings, quite a lot, probably 80% of the large buildings that are constructed in Oklahoma involve work that is being done by American Glass on glazing. They're based in Tulsa. They came to Oklahoma City about 14 years ago because they won the contract for the glazing and installation of the glass on the Devon Tower. So they've been here since that time and have been very successful with their business in Oklahoma City. They have 75 employees at the present time, approximately, in Oklahoma City, 22 of which daily come to this facility on Kentucky Avenue to perform their duties. Their other employees will periodically come to this location, but they oftentimes just will go directly from their homes to the job site to do their jobs. All of the materials for all of the jobs that this location for American Glass does come into this location. So as Mr. Govine mentioned, there is a lot of truck traffic that goes in and out of here, including semi-trucks, and they come and go from 4th Street. Most of those trucks are coming from the south, from I-40 and either up Pennsylvania or Virginia. Just in terms of the little bit of the history, as you all know, and you can see from the photo, the existing Homeless Alliance facility there is between Kentucky and Virginia and between 4th Street and 3rd Street. So they have their existing facility there where they provide their services, and as I understand it, have some single residency occupancy residents there, and that's part of what I understand they're intending to expand to on the northeast corner of 4th and Kentucky. Since the facility for the Homeless Alliance was established there at 4th and Virginia, American Glass has been, it has been necessary for them to take a number of measures to enhance the security of their premises. There are, as you all are aware, I'm sure, a large number of people that are drawn to the area resulting from the presence of the Homeless Alliance facility and the services that are available there. There's quite a lot of tent camping that goes on around the area in the neighborhood. There is a lot of people simply loitering
1 minute remaining.
In the area. There's a lot of foot traffic. So there have been problems that have resulted in us having to increase the security measures at the facility, including additional fencing, barbed wire, electric remote-operated gates, security cameras, and other features. Our concern about the SPUD that is before you today principally relate to the proposed emergency shelter that is requested to be established in the existing 22,000 square foot warehouse building at 4th and Indiana. It is proposed, as was mentioned, to accommodate 300 people. When the City Council adopted the emergency shelter use a number of years ago, it was created as a special permit use. So it is one of the group of uses that there is a particular level, higher level of review that is contemplated by the Planning Commission and by the City Council, and there are specific issues with regard to emergency shelter sites that are directed by the ordinance to be addressed, and there is specific review that's directed by the staff to be done in response to a special permit application for an emergency shelter, including the staff is to identify existing similar type of social service type uses that are located within a 1 mile radius, and to determine whether or not this would result in an inordinate concentration of these types of uses in a particular area, and what kind of adverse impact it may have on the area. Now, this application that has been brought before you today has not been brought as a special permit application. When the Willard school site was brought before you as a temporary emergency shelter, it was done as a special permit application, which permits the Planning Commission and Council to impose conditions as part of the special permit. When the city care facility that's also an emergency shelter that's on General Pershing Boulevard, it came before you as a special permit application and allowed for the review that the ordinance contemplates and conditions that are required to be imposed.
Kelly,
Yes,
I have
sir.
to stop you. You are out of time. Do you
Okay.
want to, I'm certain Commissioner Govine's question is going to be similar to mine. Do you have any suggestions on, or some issues? Actually, I'm going to stick with suggestions. Do you have any suggestions about what limitations this commission or methods that we might use to address the concerns that you and your client have, especially regarding the movement from some of the people who will be served at the shelter having to go back and forth between the shelter and the Homeless Alliance's office on Virginia. Maybe you could address if you have any ideas about how we could mitigate those issues.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that opportunity. The big concern that we have about the proposed emergency shelter is that it is contemplated that they could bring up to 300 people during freezing temperatures to be sheltered at this location. But they have not made provision to have a kitchen in the facility to be able to feed them while they're there. Now, they suggested to us, and it is included in the materials, and if it's a little bit unclear, that for breakfast and lunch, the persons would be directed over to the West Town campus, so they would, where the entrance is at 3rd and Virginia, faces 3rd and Virginia, from the warehouse that is at Indiana and 4th Street. So essentially, they would be going back and forth, as we understand it, to obtain meals. We think it's reasonable to require, and that the condition should be imposed on this proposed emergency shelter use, that they include a kitchen so that they can have the capability to feed the people that are going to be sheltering at the facility. It is the purpose, as I understand it, for this facility to be there and available during freezing temperatures when there perhaps is severe weather. So it seems to us that it would be more appropriate to have the capability to feed people at the site rather than direct them to go out on foot over to the dining facility at the West Town campus. So I guess that would be the principal concern. Let me just say, with respect to, we don't think they've adequately addressed the issue with respect to security, with respect to supervision, with respect to staffing. They've added some language which we just received on the 20th of February, just on Monday, some language that suggests that there will be a level of staffing. It's not clear from that additional language when those people would be there, whether they would be there during all times that the facility is open. So that's the kind of things that need to be addressed in our view. When Willard was considered, they included conditions that said there would be no overnight camping on the grounds. They included conditions there would be no alcohol or drugs allowed to be brought into the facility. They had specific requirements about security staffing for any time the facility was open, 24 hours a day. So those are the kinds of conditions that you would expect to be included in a proposed emergency shelter facility. The big concern that we have, and as Commissioner Govine referenced, we think it will lead to conflicts and potential problems if there are a large number of people that are coming and going from the shelter for each meal of the day, potentially, perhaps not dinner. It was suggested, as I understand it, that maybe they're going to bring in dinner or have it brought in by the food bank or others. That was a little bit unclear. But in any event, we think that's problematic, just to have people going back and forth or being required to go back and forth. If you've got a large number of people sheltered, it's likely going to lead to problems. We have a lot of truck traffic that goes in and out of our facility on 4th Street, and we have concerns about that. I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Any other questions from commissioners? I would say, Kelly, I think one, on the process question, the issue of whether we have the authority to approve of this use through the SPUD process versus the special permit process, and I want to send that to our council.
Yes, I think that we do have the authority under the code at section 5914-150 that a PUD or SPUD can be considered is a special zoning district, and it can be authorized for any use or combination of uses that are permitted in the chapter. So I think we do have the authority to do it by PUD or SPUD. I agree that it should be more, you could add a lot of the conditions that you would normally have in a special permit into the SPUD itself to cover all those issues that Kelly's mentioned as far as hours of operation, security, all that should probably be specifically set out in the SPUD if that's something that would the Planning Commission is concerned with.
Definitely. So it sounds like we're within our rights to impose those things. Go ahead, Commissioner Govine.
Well, I think it's important to point out here, too, that this is an expansion of an existing campus for an organization that's providing much-needed services for the homeless population in our city. And it's not just an emergency shelter. The main component of this SPUD that we're reviewing is transitional housing to get people off the streets so that we don't have people camping in the median to the extent that we do there. That's how I see it anyways. And so we're making the bigger issue out of what's the smaller issue, which is emergency shelter for people when it's freezing outside. So I'm in support of this application, so I just think it's worth saying that, and I want to figure out how we can get the right language in here to hopefully, if other people agree, move it forward.
I think there are two questions in addition to that, Commissioner Govine, is do we feel like we are equipped at this moment to recommend the proper restrictions, which means are we ready to continue this and get involved in this negotiation and impose these standards that we may want? Or do we feel like we can do that here? And then to what extent can the applicant assure us that they can address the issues that were brought up? Because I think that the things that Kelly mentioned are certainly things that are on my mind for concern.
Yeah.
And I'd love to hear how we can address them.
So frankly, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you asked what specific changes would you suggest. We've been asking since November. And here we are at February 23rd at 3:30, and we finally got an answer. So that's very helpful. We would love to have a kitchen in this facility. The Homeless Alliance is a not-for-profit. We don't have a lot of money. We rely on donations and other things. If we had the money to put a kitchen in there, we would absolutely do so. We don't. So we're serving the folks that will be there in the best way we can. In terms of no alcohol or drugs, that was the one specific that I heard Mr. Work mention. We're happy to add that as a requirement within this SPUD. Mr. Work would have you believe that the SPUD process is somehow not as thorough of a review as a specific plan, specific plan. Of course it is, because we have to go through the Planning Commission and ultimately City Council. His claim that this isn't eligible for a rezoning and needed to be the other, of course, staff disagrees because staff recommends approval with no technical evaluations. We can add the language I read into the record. We can add an additional that there will be no alcohol or drugs within the facility, but we can't require a commercial kitchen, because if you require a kitchen, what you're going to require is that this doesn't get built and that need doesn't get served. So we would respectfully ask that you approve it, add the two TEs, one, no alcohol or drugs, and the other, what I read into the record. We are happy to require any time the facility is open that the contract security I referenced in my piece I read into the record would be required to be on site.
Could you address the overnight camping? Could you address the hours of operation?
Yeah, I'll let Dan handle that piece.
Overnight camping and?
Hours of operation.
Hours of operation. So a couple of things I would say. The provision of an emergency contingency shelter along with the transitional housing is the answer, both short-term and long-term, to the concerns being expressed, right? People won't camp if they have a shelter that's available to them. I mean, why would you stay in a tent when it's 20 degrees when there's a heated shelter? In terms of a kitchen, Mr. Box is absolutely correct. A commercial kitchen to serve 300 would cost about $500,000. I would say when we did Willard Shelter, we brought food in. We brought MREs from the food bank. We had churches come in. Local philanthropist Steve Mason had Iguana Lounge bring in food. We'll bring food from our day shelter that does have a commercial kitchen. And I would say the City Care Shelter on General Pershing does not have a commercial kitchen. It has a serving kitchen with a couple of residential grade refrigerators and a couple of microwaves. It doesn't have a walk-in freezer, walk-in refrigerator, ovens, a griddle, tilt skillet, steam tables. Doesn't have any of that and serves 150 a night. A kitchen is not needed for this emergency use. And just as Commissioner Devine said, the transitional housing is our long-term answer as a community to unsheltered homelessness.
So would you mind, so with regard to bringing the food in, is the intention when this shelter is in use, is the intention that food will be brought in for all the meals that will be served?
It would only be serving dinner.
So what, is there anything that can be done? And is there a reason why meals are not being brought in for the other meals? Why just dinner?
So it's a night contingency shelter.
Okay.
So at most, it's going to be open 6 p.m. to 7-ish a.m. And then breakfast and lunch are served at the day shelter as they have been for 13 years.
That's the same service you already provide at the
Exactly.
day shelter, and
Gotcha.
some people will take advantage of it, some may not. Is
Yep.
that- Yeah.
So the language that David read into the record regarding security. So in those hours when people have been released, when the shelter is closed in the morning, and then people leave the shelter, is that when there will be security available to assure that, that we're addressing the possibility of people loitering around the businesses that are in the area or
So
homes that are in the area?
What we would anticipate is that we would have 2 contract security personnel in the night shelter when it's open at night, and then there will be security for the housing that will cover the surrounding area.
Gotcha. During the day?
During the day, yes, sorry.
You want me to read that again?
One more time.
Yes. Okay, so what we would add is section 9 entitled Other. The following shall apply to the emergency shelters and feeding sites, 8250.7, use unit only. There shall be a maximum of 300 participants at the facility. There shall be 2 contract security staff. I guess we could add the words when operational. 2 shelter staff and 1 supervisor to oversee the operation. Dinner meals will be provided from the day shelter kitchen, volunteer-based organizations, and the regional food bank. And then we could add an additional provision that no alcohol or drugs shall be permitted on site.
Mr. Chairman, one thing. I heard you say that the
You gonna use the mic, Commissioner Noble? Because, yeah, we can't hear you. It's all good.
I did hear you say that the security would be there during hours of operation, but the hours of operation is only going to be 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. So the security during the day.
So during the day, it's closed, it's
Right.
not operational.
So there's no security during the day, no protection for the 3 residents across the street. And
So for the 38 used housing complex, we, the Homeless Alliance, would be staffing that as well as providing the tenants and the wraparound services that enable them to sustain their housing. And we would anticipate having a security officer for the housing complex, which butts right up against the closed shelter and expand that.
okay, so there would be some security during the day.
So, but we wouldn't be able to require that security use for the residential purpose, would we? We could do that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've already stated.
Just want to
that
be
that would
assured that there's full coverage for with security.
And one more question.
Please.
About the conditions of the use. We're only seeing use in the winter, but do they use this in the summer sometimes too?
So we anticipate this being a winter emergency shelter. On March 7th, the city's going to roll out a new plan to address unsheltered homelessness. That plan has some real potential to reduce those numbers. The national trend, though, is going the other way. So 5 years from now, do we need a new shelter and this one's sitting there unutilized 5-7 months a year? Maybe we come back. That seems unlikely to me, but I want to be brutally honest.
But to be clear about what we're approving, we aren't limiting them to operating only in winter. We're saying they can operate from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. That's what we're approving.
Correct.
Yeah.
In any
So if we
case of
wanted
an
to put any
emergency?
limitation like that, that's additional language that's needed, Commissioner Noble.
So that becomes tricky.
Yeah.
Define winter, how you define inclement weather.
And I guess how you define emergency, because it's an emergency shelter.
Correct. I mean, presumably the code, Sarah, has some sort of contemplation of what an emergency is.
I'm being told by council that with the Willard facility, we did specify a certain a certain time window of months, and also, go ahead, Susan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't speak for you.
I think how we did the Willard, when we had the winter shelter, it was from certain months, from either like, I can't remember if it was October, or it was somewhere around in there to like March, to get some of the months, and then we had a specific degrees. If it got below a certain degrees, then that was, but I mean, that's just how we did that particular special permit.
So if we did something, I mean, I think that gets to the heart of what you're asking.
The Willard shelter, as part of its special permit, it had to close on March 31st, which it did. I don't recall a temperature requirement. I would ask that we not have that in, because as of today, kind of the way we have done this in the past is 32 degrees or below is when we open overflow. That is particularly challenging to staff when you can't tell your staff until 48 hours before that they need to show up tonight. So the way we did it at Willard, from a date certain to a date certain, would offer us that flexibility if we chose to have it open from November 1 to March 31.
Thoughts on that? Should we hear from Mr. Warwick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel first that I need to respond to Mr. Box's comments regarding our communications, because they are both unfair and untrue. I responded to Mr. Box in a letter with our list of concerns and issues on January 27th last month, after we had met with him and the representatives of the Homeless Alliance. Mr. Box chose to wait to respond to that letter until Friday, February 17. So I received Mr. Box's letter over the weekend. We sent a letter back on Monday, February 20, asking some additional questions about their letter from February 17. They chose not to respond to that letter at all. So we haven't had a response to that. So if the suggestion, which I believe is what Mr. Box was suggesting, is that we have not been engaged in the communications about trying to find a resolution, that simply is not true. And then I would say, in response to Mr. Strawn's comments, the Willard, of course, was never intended to be a permanent facility. It was a temporary emergency shelter. So it's not surprising that they did not make arrangements to do a commercial kitchen in a temporary facility. This is contemplated to be a permanent facility, a permanent emergency shelter. That's what they're requesting this rezoning to establish. And so they also made reference to the fact that the Homeless Alliance is a nonprofit and so on, and that it would cost money to put in a commercial kitchen. Well, they paid $1.6 million to purchase the warehouse just in October of last year. They're going to be building these 38 additional single residency occupancy apartments. So this is a big project. There's a lot of money that's being invested here. And I understand that it's costly to put in a kitchen, but I think it's an appropriate condition that should be included as a part of this rezoning. So I'm happy
Charlie,
to
what are your
answer any
thoughts
other
on,
question.
I mean, I certainly appreciate that point, and I'm certain we'll discuss it. What is your response to the idea that there is security that they're going to provide at the housing facility that's next door in order to mitigate those issues with, loitering or any other disruption to the businesses and homes in the area?
Well, I think it needs to be clearly stated that there will be security and also the level of staffing that will be provided for the emergency shelter during the hours that it's operating. That was done very specifically in the Willard special permit. It addresses the staffing level, when they will be present on the facility. It's basically whenever the facility is open and under operations. It specifies what the staffing level will be and that there will be security there 24 hours a day.
Is the language that David provided sufficient? If not, can you recommend to us specific changes to what he has suggested?
I'm going to just reference the language that is used in the Willard special permit because I think it's appropriate and would be applicable. They identify there shall be one facilities manager and 3 full-time employees qualified to staff and manage the clients, control their behavior, and enforce all rules and regulations. Said staff shall remain on the premises at all times while said facility is open and being operated. They then say in a later provision, security will be provided by 1 employee of elite security 24 hours a day. They limit the hours of operation to 4 p.m. to 7 a.m. So, I think it needs to be specific about what is the level of staffing that's going to be provided and that it will be there whenever the facility is open and available for shelter.
So I believe the hours of operation are 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. I believe that they're saying there's 2 security guards that are going to be placed at the next door facility. I'm not sure that it addresses 24 hours of providing that security. So I guess any other suggestions on that?
I think it needs to be provided for the emergency shelter.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's what I understood they were suggesting, but perhaps not.
That's what I understood too. 2 security for the shelter while it's open at night, and then full-time security for the residential area that will also cover the shelter area?
Yes.
That was what I heard.
Yeah, so here's perhaps what I add before the start of the provision about the number of people is, at all times when the facility is operational, there shall be 2 contract security staff, 2 shelter staff, and 1 supervisor to oversee the operation. And then dinner meals will be provided by the Day Shelter Kitchen, volunteer-based organizations, Regional Food Bank, a limitation of November 1 to March 31, no alcohol or drugs.
Thoughts?
This really is neither here nor there, but at 7:05 in the morning and it's 12 degrees outside, 300 people just get booted out?
Yeah, I mean, you raised the question. When you limit it, Oklahoma's weather is prone to be a bit sporadic, as we've seen this week, right? 75 and people playing golf yesterday, and today it's freezing cold. So my client is willing to make these because we feel like we have to, but we would for sure prefer not set strict requirements. I'm not sure how an inspector would come out and say, I don't know what they would do. I guess issue a citation because it's 7 degrees outside and it's 7:01. So we'd have to go fight at municipal court because we were in violation of the ordinance. But
I think for my thoughts on this, listening to that concern, is I'm open to them having longer hours of operation, so long as we have sufficient language offering the full security throughout that entire period in which they're expecting to serve people and when people are being escorted out. Like, I just need that assurance. And it sounds like the existing language covers that, but
Here's the other thing to consider. I mean, we were talking about earlier about pedestrian safety and deliveries and trucks coming in and out. I mean, if you close the shelter at 7 a.m., you got 300 people. That's prime time for, deliveries and all that stuff to start the day. So if you're able to extend those hours until 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., that might help alleviate some of the pedestrian safety issues.
And recently, we just did the same thing at Woodson Park at 29th of May, only they're offering free bus service there when it's cold, but at 7 o'clock in the morning, all those people get turned loose and there's no bus service anywhere else. They're just stuck in a park. So,
I heard that it was preferable to have, firm dates versus hours or temperature requirement. It was in relation to temperature. Dates work better for how these facilities are run, but do we need to add the hours of operation into these requirements?
Or just the temperature?
I don't.
Or I think you can move maybe a little bit if there's room to move on both of those. There's only so many units in the new transition housing beside of it. But if we're gonna go longer hours and not require 7 a.m. or take some of those restrictions off, could maybe one of those units be a serving area, be a food area, be a kitchen area? Could is that an option?
no, so the housing has a specific purpose separate and apart from the shelter. So we can't mix the two. My understanding is that most, if not all, the concern really deals with the warehouse where the emergency shelter use will be. And yes, to your point, it's the confines of dates on a calendar is a much easier way to manage a facility like this than degrees or hours.
To me, I feel like we're not moving forward, and it's not necessary for this. The other thing about, I thought we addressed the traffic in that they're actually going to bring the meals into the warehouse from the commercial kitchen that they already have, 200 yards away.
Only for
Well,
dinner.
I see heads nodding.
Yes.
Only for dinner.
Only for dinner. They don't serve
because they're
breakfast
not
or lunch
open.
because they're not
Yeah.
open, so it's not a relevant
Can I just
point.
offer a comment on
Please, go ahead, Kelly.
hours of operation?
Sure.
I think that's less a concern that we have than that it be adequately supervised.
Yeah.
That is the emergency shelter. We're less concerned about when people are going to be coming and going than we are that there's going to be adequate supervision. Now, I still would like to get some clarification about what's going to happen with regard to meals and people traveling back and forth between the emergency shelter and the Westtown campus where there is a kitchen and dining area. Their program description that is included with the SPUD just makes the comment, it says, now this may only have reference to the apartments, the 38 new apartments, but it does say breakfast and lunch will be accessible to tenants Monday through Friday on the Westtown campus 1 block away. And then in the description on the emergency shelter, it says this space will not provide kitchen services as those services are available 1 block away at the Westtown campus. So we just would like to get some clarification about what is the plan, what is contemplated here. We do believe the best solution would be to require that they have a commercial kitchen and be able to serve people at the emergency shelter where they're going to be staying during the freezing temperatures. But in any event, we want to make sure we're not creating a conflict with what they've described in their SPUD and what we're discussing today.
Let Dan describe the logistics. In terms of the kitchen, Mr. Work made reference to what was paid. I assume that everybody knows this, but that it's common knowledge. The funds that were used to acquire this was from a single donor that was very generous in paying to acquire this site. So it's not like the Homeless Alliance has $2 million sitting around to go do this. A single donor provided this opportunity. So you want to kind of explain the logistics of that?
I do want to. And that single donor provided the Homeless Alliance with the funds to acquire the warehouse and begin the renovations to turn it into a shelter. The Homeless Alliance does not own the property to the west where the housing will be. We're not developing the housing. We won't own the housing. We will provide the supervision of those tenants in the housing. We'll provide the tenants, and we'll provide the wraparound services that those tenants need to sustain their housing. So I appreciate the advice from Mr. Work and his clients on how to operate a contingency shelter, coming as it does from the deep well of their vast experience running these things. We've done it every year for 13 years. Bringing in food is what we did at Willard. It's what we did last year. It's what we're doing this winter. So we're not preparing supper for all the people that are staying overnight in the day shelter tonight. In the afternoon, after our day shelter kitchen staff have finished with lunch, we prepare brown bags. And when we can't get to that, we'll order pizzas. And when that's not going to work out, we'll get a church to come in and bring food. So the provision of dinner at the shelter is, from my perspective, well handled. Meal service for the tenants in the housing, those are people that are living in an apartment, just like you and me, right? And they can certainly go to the day shelter for breakfast and for lunch. We have several housed neighbors that live in the area that come to the day shelter for breakfast and lunch before they go to work. And for dinner, they're going to be on their own, just like any other tenant would be.
Okay. Thank you. I think, commissioners, we have discussed this thoroughly. I think we have to make one critical choice. Do we have enough information to approve this today, or do we do a continuance? Can we get a shake of hands? Are we feeling confident that the language that's been provided is sufficient for us to make a decision today?
It is for me.
Okay, seems like we got a majority here. So, given the language that's been offered so far, are there any changes that we would like to see made in order to address the issues that have been brought up? Specifically, Kelly has brought up the issue of requiring a kitchen. I am sensitive to working for a nonprofit myself, I'm certainly sensitive to the idea that you may not be able to afford to do that. So I'm open to an alternative so long as there's sufficient security and effort to deal with, again, people that are going to be released at 7 a.m., as Commissioner Hinkle was saying, having a place to go and still, ensuring that people have some place are not in the way of the businesses that are operating. So the question is, are there any changes to the language that's been recommended so far that we want to see before we vote?
I would do away with the time limit.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I was
Sounds like there's
suggesting the
consensus
same.
on that as well.
Did we have it stated in there that meals, when the shelter is open, meals will be brought into the shelter? We did.
So the last part of what we're proposing to add says, dinner meals will be provided from the day shelter kitchen, volunteer-based organizations, and the regional food bank.
Will be provided.
Will be.
Okay.
Can we add on-site to that?
Yes.
You're bringing them from the kitchen to the emergency shelter. That's the intent that's been communicated, so we just say that. And that
So
means
instead of saying provided, we could just say dinner meals will be provided within the facility.
Yeah, sure. And we all know that food is cooked in commercial kitchens that's brought elsewhere and served to people all the time. That's how catering works. So I'm not worried about where the kitchen is.
Just a clarification, because in this program description, they do reference separately breakfast and lunch. So I just want to be clear, is there a different plan for breakfast and lunch?
Well, they said that because you guys forced them to come out with more and more information.
No, it
Breakfast and
was-
lunch are provided at a separate facility as separate services right now. It has nothing to do with this. They don't offer breakfast and lunch here because they're not open. So I'm not arguing that point with myself. I don't really understand the
Breakfast and lunch aren't provided.
That was how it was explained to us at our first meeting, that these people would be going from the emergency shelter to the Westtown campus for their meals. So that's all, I just want to get that clarified.
I think that's what we've been saying.
Understand your point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not an issue for me. I don't know if anyone else wants to discuss it further.
Mr. Box he very carefully referred to dinner, and that's why I just am raising the question. Is there a different plan for breakfast and lunch? That's part of what I asked in my letter that we sent on the 20th of February that we didn't get an answer to.
So I guess if the facility is open, because it sounds like there is consensus that there wouldn't be that we wouldn't impose those hours of operation limitations,
Yeah.
will you be offering those meals if?
No. No, the breakfast and lunch are at the day shelter. The only meal that would be provided at this would be dinner.
Okay.
Regardless of the hours that the
Yes, sir.
shelter was open.
So in my understanding, they're suggesting that the persons who are staying at the day shelter would be going from, staying at the emergency shelter would be going to the Westtown campus for breakfast and lunch? Is that what's being proposed?
Yes, that's, at this point, that's what they're saying they want us to do. Okay, I think in order for us to build consensus, appreciate both of you. I think we just need to decide. Where are we on the language? I cannot make a motion for how we should proceed, but I think that the language that's been read into the record addresses the concerns that we had, particularly, again, I'm sensitive to the commercial kitchen issue. I discussed that with Mr. Work before. It sounds like the language that they're proposing gives us sufficient staffing to address those issues that were my concern, which is if people are released at 7 a.m. or whatever time, and they're needing to go back and forth to the Homeless Alliance's primary facility, is there sufficient staffing to ensure that it's not disruptive to the people in the other people who live and work in the neighborhood? And it sounds like the answer to that question is yes, there is staffing. Anything else on this? And I'm not trying to rush us, just want to make sure that we're clear so we can move forward.
I heard a security addressed, drugs and alcohol, adding that TE, and I think those are the key issues. Are we imposing the dates of operation? Is that
We
part
like
of
that.
it here?
If so, what are
November
they?
1st to March 31st.
But not times.
We like dates, but not times.
right.
And what would those
That's
dates
what I
be?
heard was agreeable.
What we had said was November 1 to March 31.
Okay.
Well, can I make a motion? Can I?
Absolutely.
I'm going to go ahead and move to approve, I forgot what it's called, SPUD 1464, including the additional language about security personnel, minimum of 2 on site during all hours of operation of the shelter, in addition to the 1 full-time security personnel at the transitional housing. I know there's a number of other statements there that I'm not going to get if I try to repeat them all. The dates of November 1st to March 31st.
No alcohol or drugs.
No
No
alcohol.
drugs and alcohol. There was some additional staffing that was noted that I think would be worth reading into the record for
Go ahead.
that statement.
So what I had read was adding section 9 entitled Other. The following shall apply to the emergency shelters and feeding sites 8250.7 use unit only. There shall be a maximum of 300 participants at the facility. At all times, when the facility is operational, there shall be 2 contract security staff, 2 shelter staff, 1 supervisor to oversee the operation. Dinner meals will be provided within the facility from the day shelter kitchen, volunteer-based organizations, and the regional food bank.
And then no time.
I'm satisfied.
No time. So they're open whenever it's freezing.
Yeah, we're not limiting hours of operation.
Well, and I guess it doesn't matter where the staffing is coming from. Is that what? Yeah, where the meals come from is not, I guess, language that matters, but.
No, that was just, there was, in our discussions, they were pushing us to explain where the meal and how. So in an effort to try to explain where the meals are coming from is why we put it like that.
Okay, the motion is clear to me. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. It sounds like, I'm sure there will be some further discussion about this as it goes on to City Council, and happy to be a part of those conversations as well. Let's go on to item 17.
Item 17 is SPUD 1494, application to rezone 225 Southwest 59th Street from C3, R4, and R1.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Colin McCormick, 1004 Northwest 139th Street. Here today on behalf of Fontaine Family Dentistry on the SPUD 1494, looking to rezone the property from C3 to just really include 2 additional uses. One would be for an automotive mall as well as light repairs. There's been, I think, 5 TEs that have been submitted. We've all agreed to that. I don't believe there's any protests. I'd be happy to answer any questions and ask the commissioners for their approval.
Thank you. And we do have one person signed up to oppose this request, but this is in Ward 4, Commissioner Privet.
Yes.
Would love to hear from them. Their concerns.
Before we do that, any questions from commissioners for the applicant? Okay. Raleigh Nanetti, and again, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. You have 5 minutes to address the commission. Please give us your name and address for the record.
You said it correctly. It is Raleigh Nanetti, and my address is 5905 South Robinson Avenue. So if you look at the map, my house that I own is completely surrounded by the property in question on, that is it, yes, on the southeast side. And I just received this in the mail that there was a zoning request to have it completely rezoned as a C3 or commercial property. And immediately concerned about the auto zone, asking to put an automotive, an automotive dealership on this property because my house will be bordered on 2 sides by an auto dealership. So I looked up immediately, like, what can I possibly do about this? Because I don't know anything about local government, and it seemed like the strongest argument I could make is that usually rezoning requests, especially commercial rezoning requests, are driven by necessity, and there is no necessity for C3 property in this area. Directly across from 59th Street, that entire lot area there is commercially zoned and for sale. There are for sale signs on it. So it seems as though this is not a necessary rezoning. I'm concerned about several issues. Having an auto dealership surrounding my house. I have 3 small children. So light and sound pollution coming from auto dealerships. as a necessity of an auto dealership and theft issues, like it has to be lit, I understand that. I'm also concerned about just the safety of having the clientele and people around and so near my property on those two sides. I know resale value of this property is difficult because it is 3 tracts of land. I think all 3 tracts are zoned completely differently. So I understand why someone would want to buy the entire property and rezone it as one zoning restriction. But that's just my take on it. I'm just concerned as a homeowner about how it's going to affect my life.
Thank you. I will say, luckily, certainly understand those concerns, and luckily, this is an SPUD, so we'd have some authority to make some changes. Let's see what we could possibly do about those concerns.
And if I could, I could speak to at least a few of them.
Okay.
I'm also a father and a parent, and so I have, can completely understand and empathize with those concerns with your children. We want to make sure that everyone's safe. Certainly in the master design statement, part of the TEs was to address some site-proof fencing along the north side of the track, anything that was adjacent to residential property. If I'm understanding correctly where her property is, I believe there would be fencing along that section of the property too. Right now, it's a 6 to 8 foot site-proof fence, as well as the landscaping, which would beautify the area. It's my understanding that this property has kind of been neglected for some time, so we're hoping to revitalize it and make it nice, not just for the other property owners, but for the owner itself. So those would be 2 things. In terms of any of the light and sound, again, I think that would be remediated to quite a bit of degree by using the site-proof fencing.
I don't think that's going to be enough, and I would suggest that either, unless we have some suggestions today, my vote's going to be to continue this and actually have a discussion about proper screening. I think you're going to need a landscape buffer. I think you're going to need more than just the fence. Other thoughts? And the lights, that's a big deal.
I would be concerned about light pollution. You're going to have taller lights, and they are going to shine over even an 8-foot fence. How can you mitigate that light pollution?
Yeah.
Well, I think we could certainly make the lights shine onto our property and not towards any of the adjacent residential owners, as well as it is a 6 to 8 foot tall fence. So I would think if we wanted to specify it as an 8 foot tall fence, that might better address her concerns.
Could we, I'm also thinking that maybe we need to divide it so that there is some limited, is there some way to divide this land so that we're only allowing I know we can do it. I am asking how we should do it if this is the way that we want to protect Ms. Nanetti's home. What we might do to subdivide this into tracts maybe, and just say you can sell on this side, but you can't on that side. Thoughts on this? Otherwise, I think just take a continuance and let's go work it out.
May I speak to that? When I see this piece of land, right, the L shape is very difficult. My husband and I understand that commercial properties are all along the street, and that's completely, we understand that. I think we're mostly concerned about that first piece of land on Robinson and being completely surrounded. So we would be happy if the division is something that's interesting to the council, with having just the rectangular piece off of 59th turned into this commercial property, but leaving that small L-shaped piece that is off of Robinson zoned as a residential, so that it could be sold and then turned into some kind of residential property.
And what is that, do we know what that piece is zoned currently?
It's my understanding the whole front half is C3.
C3.
That there's
Whole
just
front.
that back north portion is actually zoned R4 somehow. I'm not quite sure how that worked out.
So the
but-
portion that's actually behind Ms. Nanetti's property north and up
Yes.
north
Yes.
is actually R4. It's below that, that's the C3.
Yes, that's my understanding. So it would be consistent. I mean, C3 use is obviously pretty apparent through this whole area. I don't think that this is anything too abnormal from.
So the opposite tactic might actually be the more appropriate one.
But
I'm still inclined to say let's take a continuance, especially after we just had this long debate over a special permit and us trying to legislate from this horseshoe.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to say, normally we aggregate these kind of uses. The map that I'm looking at doesn't show me other car dealerships in this area. This is not the kind of use that you want to introduce into an area because they're like bunnies. They proliferate. And I really, really think it would be a great place for an dental office, for instance. It's not a great place for a car dealership. If it's going to be on this site, it's going to require some pretty tight, more than screening. It's going to have to be well set out, well designed to avoid the kind of intrusion that car dealerships go by the one at 39th and May any night, and you can sit in your car and read a newspaper 3 blocks away. I mean, we have requirements. I'm sure they'll follow them, but it's just not enough to protect residential property that backs right up to it.
It's true. Commissioner Clare?
Oh, I was just going to echo what Commissioner Powers said. If you've driven down 39th Expressway anytime in the last few years, I'm sure you've noticed a lot of demolished buildings, and there seems to be a new trend in these 50 by 50 tilt-up wall office buildings that serve as a dealership office, and then just, they put it smack dab in the middle of the site and then ring it in cars. And I've seen probably at least half a dozen of those go up in the last couple of years on 39th, and it's not a great look.
I mean, this, again, just reinforces my point. Let's do a continuance. Let's see if we can work with the applicant and move on. It would be my advice, but I'm open unless we feel like there's consensus now. Commissioners?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get there with the current layout.
You want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. How much of a continuance would you like?
Can we do it on you think we can meet for the 9th?
I'd be interested, sir.
And are you okay with that? Are you okay with a continuance?
Yes, that would be fine. We'd be more than happy to work with the protester.
All right. So, March 9th?
Okay. Very good.
Move to continue this case to the March 9th meeting.
Commissioner Privett's moved to continue SPUD 1494 to the March 9th meeting of the Planning Commission. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes when available.
Okay.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much.
We'll be happy to, I'm sure a few of us, Commissioner Privet, since this is your ward, maybe you might coordinate a few of us visiting with the applicant and the neighbors.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're now in line for item 18.
This is SPUD 1496, application rezone 4019 Northwest 164th Street from PUD 1451.
Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive, on behalf of the applicant. This is an application to rezone the subject property to allow for some office warehouse. I want to point out that to the east, we have an electric substation. To the north is a detention pond. West is Oklahoma County, and then south is actually zoned for multifamily. There's commercial in the hard corner. Staff recommends approval. There have been no TEs, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is Ward 8. Commissioner Noble?
I don't see anything wrong. See if there's anyone here to speak on it.
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
I think I'm ready to make a recommendation for approval of SPUD 1496.
Commissioner Noble has moved to recommend approval of SPUD 1496. City Council, is there a second? Let's see if there is. Seconded by Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes when available. Whoa. It's all the buttons are on here.
Things are going crazy.
We moved too fast for once,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, the motion passes. Thank you. We're now in line for item 20.
Item 20 is case C-7534, final plat of Fontaine Lake Estates, Phase 1, located north of Southwest 15th Street and west of South Cimarron Road.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road. On behalf of the applicant, this is the final first phase of final plat first phase. It's in conformance with the approved preliminary plat. We agree with the TEs, and we had asked for your approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Fraley.
I have no questions or concerns on the application. I just wanted to make sure that you were good with the TEs. So I am good to recommend approval. What are we?
Any other questions, comments from commissioners before we hear the motion? You're good? Nope.
I motion to approve C-7534 final plat of Fontaine Lake Estates Phase 1.
Commissioner Fraley has moved approval of C-7534. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available.
I missed it. Go ahead.
And the motion passes. We're now in line for item 23.
This is case PC 10859, application to rezone 13500 North Midwest Boulevard from AA to C3 and RA.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I'm going to let the materials get passed around. Okay, so the materials that are being passed around are a staff report for the 103 acres that exist south of the subject site, south of the turnpike. The reason that I'm handing it out is because the staff report in that matter is almost identical to the staff report in this matter. So what we are seeking is a combination of C3 along the frontage of Midwest Boulevard and RA behind it. Why we have this map is, although staff recommends that we amend the comprehensive plan or attempt to do so and apply for an RA2 application, if you look at this map, everywhere you see that is yellow is an RA approved application. And why I think that's instructive is, if you were to look at this map and look at the area, I would submit that the RA development type is what the predominant development type is in this area. So immediately south of the turnpike, what makes up the balance of the quarter section, if you look at that piece of paper that I handed out, and specifically look to the recommendation, on page 9, it is amend the application to RA2 or continue the application in order to submit a comprehensive plan amendment. That was the recommendation of staff. When that matter came before you, you, as the Planning Commission, declined to follow that recommendation. You recommended approval, and now you can see on the map before you that the City Council likewise approved the application. Much like they've done here, 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 and here. And if we went out a little further, you'd see more. It's important to note that one of the protesters that you're going to hear from owns the property at the northwest corner of the intersection. That individual, in 1984, sought to rezone his property to C3 on the front, RA on the back. Exactly what we seek to do here today. The neighbors that are going to protest that live on the north side of Memorial Road, it's worth noting that, one, we are separated by Memorial. Two, they have RA to their west and RA abutting their back property line. So to say that what we have is incompatible, I would say is simply inaccurate and fails to take into account all of the recent applications that have been approved by this Planning Commission and ultimately City Council. Additionally, these aren't relics of old zonings. Again, this one is in the last 12 months, this one is within the last 18 months, and this one is within the last 2 years. So this is the development trend that has been happening in this area. With that, we would be happy to answer any questions, and we would ask that you make a recommendation or approval in the same manner as you have consistently in this area.
Thank you. Let me ask several questions. And I have met with the neighbors, with at least some of them. And I know I've had conversations with you, David, about this development. Why don't you share with me, number one, I think there are concerns about, despite the fact that there is similar zoning across the street, there are concerns about developing the hard corner of Memorial and Midwest Boulevard as C3. Why C3? Why not C1? Why not something less intense that may protect the neighbors that are immediately adjacent?
Well, I guess why C3? You've seen several applications just today of C3 adjacent to the Turnpike in the eastern part of Oklahoma County, and here we're adjacent to the Turnpike and Midwest Boulevard. Where you have high volumes of traffic is where you would like to locate C3. Presumably, that's why the City Council approved C3 right catty corner from this site. The other thing briefly, Mr. Chair, if we look at the comprehensive plan, one of the flaws, I think, that we have is the RA zoning district does not have a designation that supports it. You have rural medium and rural low. Rural low is a 5-acre minimum. Rural medium is a 2-acre minimum. The next designation down is the urban low. You, of course, have urban high, urban medium, which are more centrally located. But urban low contemplates full city services, sewer, water. Typically, when you have an urban low designation, you're likely to see 6,000 square foot lots. You're likely to see much more dense development. So where does that leave us when we look at this map? Everything you see in yellow has no designation that fits it in the comp plan. Yet it's a popular development trend. When we think about the fights we normally have, it's developers that are trying to get half-acre lots with aerobic. It's seldom the 1-acre lots. So the idea that the comp plan has no place for an RA development is inconsistent with development patterns in the city and inconsistent with this map that you see here.
It was also brought to my attention by the neighbors a concern about the condition of Memorial Road. Could you address the condition of Memorial Road and any strategies or mitigation measures that might be done to address any concerns about the quality of that road, the traffic on that road? And then, while you're at it, can you also address, it was brought to my attention some concerns about the aquifer, and the green space that's in this parcel as well. Could you address all those issues?
So in terms of the street network, we will, of course, be required to pay impact fees. The old way that the city did it was require developments of a certain level to perform a traffic impact analysis, and whatever the traffic impact analysis said, a developer would be required to do. It was considered to be inequitable because oftentimes the last developer to the corner was left holding the bag, having to do all the improvements. So rather, the city implemented a traffic impact analysis on themselves and charged developers impact fees. The impact fees go to some sort of general fund so that the Public Works Division has monies to put towards traffic improvements when needed. I would point out in your staff report, of course, this gets sent to all departments, including the Traffic Management Division of Public Works. They did not respond with any negative comments. What was your other question?
Cypress and the aquifer.
Yeah, so we'll have to come plat this. The tree preservation issue is one that has no good answer, right? Because there's no requirement that any tree remain today. Any developer will tell you it's much easier and cheaper to keep the trees that are on site. Certainly, as they go develop this, some trees will have to be removed, but these are of the larger lots. These are acre lots, and so because they're acre lots, you're more likely to have trees preserved. The same argument was made on this tract in terms of the aquifer issue. We had studies that were done. This is the same developer, for what it's worth. The production rate of this aquifer on the test wells was considered prolific, meaning more than adequate supply of water for this site. So we have no concern with it. The client, in his due diligence, confirmed that there's no concern. He couldn't put lots on the ground if there was an issue with the water. So again, prolific is what these are considered.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners before we hear from our neighbors? You look like you're thinking about one, Commissioner Powers.
I'm always thinking about one, Mr. Chairman. But let's go on.
Okay. First person signed up to speak, Kirk Whitman. You have 5 minutes to address the commission. Please give us your name and address for the record.
I had some exhibits I was going to hand.
Sure.
I don't know if I have enough, because I didn't know there was that many people.
We can share.
Name is Kirk Whitman, 13901 North Midwest Boulevard. I've been in this area since, I think, 85 or 6, and had this, the 40 acres across the street zoned by his dad. And it was 85, I think, and it was RA1. There probably wasn't 10 people within a mile of me that lived there in any directions. And I had 2 partners in the land, so they wanted to do 1 acre, so I went along with 1 acre, and then I think a year later, they wanted to do commercial on the corner, so I went along with that. And then about 5 years later, I decided that I wanted to build on several lots, big house on several lots. And they wanted to put a jet ski repair shop on the corner, in the commercial corner. And I said, no, we're not gonna do anything on that corner. This is country. And I'm gonna take more than 1 acre. So I had to file a partition suit and sued them. They settled, they assigned me all the land. I later put a fence around the entire 40 acres. The commercial has not been developed. I don't plan on developing it. I don't plan on developing the land, even though the lot sizes are much bigger than what I've seen that they're proposing. I think it's like 1.8 acres a lot. The first exhibit there is the protest, and it goes with exhibit 1 and 2 are basically the same. It's everybody that lives adjoining this piece of property. Every single property owner does not want this to occur. They don't want the commercial. They don't want 3/4 acre, not 1 acre, 3/4 acre lots across the street. The plan I've seen, you'll see in a minute, shows that there's like 26 lots less than 1 acre. It's no retention ponds, no nothing. We have no PUD. We don't know what's going in. As we go along, I'll show you some more. But that exhibit 2 shows everybody's lot and how much they own. We talk about precedent. Well, yeah, mine was done in the 80s. What's happened 30, 40, 50 years ago and approved by the city doesn't mean they have to approve it today. There was mistakes made, I'm sure, on numerous properties 30, 40, 50 years ago. I'm sure there was oil wells drilled on 1 acre spacing. You can't do that anymore, okay? Things happened. Once it's approved, it's approved. You're the only ones that can stop it. The next one is Little Oaks 2 edition. I think one of the yellow ones there is Little Oaks 1. Henry Love filed on that. In the 90s, the Planning Commission staff decided they're going to pick this low development, no more 1 acre lots. We went to the commission, we fought it, we won, and they were declined, and they walked away. Now there's 6 houses, 6 of my neighbors on 5 acre to 10 acre lots. Across the street, that's just directly north. Directly south, there was a 25 acre tract. Fred Hensley was going to put 5 acres commercial on the corner, and he was going to put 25 acres or 20-something acres of 1 acre lots. I said, you can't get it done, Fred, and you're a friend of mine. He went to the Planning Commission. They said no. Now there's 3 houses over there on 10, 10, and 5 acres, I think approximately. 3 new houses. So that explains what the recent past of the area. Now, what happened here recently, I didn't know anything about the additions that they got approved south of the Turnpike. I have no idea what happened there. The other addition was the shoreline addition. I don't know how that got approved. The staff told me they were not going to recommend it. I didn't show up. I wrote a letter of protest, and they put in 21 houses right on the floodplain. I mean, just right above it, 50 feet of relief and 400 feet. I won't go into that. That's passed. That's done. The next exhibit, which is 5, is a plat that I was given by one of the neighbors showing their development. There is no retention ponds.
1 minute remaining.
There's a 3/4 acre on 16 lots, less than 1 acre on 26 lots. I asked them in a meeting, I said, does this account for the turnpike expansion? The turnpike expansion is coming. They're going to do it next year. I've talked to them, okay? That's going to take 30, 40 feet out of this lot. Next one is a flood map, a drainage flow map. You'll see ponds and drainage flow all coming from this high spot. Every bit of it goes into the aquifer. The next one's a doctorate at OSU, writing a letter saying, these aerobic systems don't work. I got proof, I got proof, I got proof. I got another one. After that, another engineer, PE. They don't work. You need more space. You need 2 to 3 to 4 acres. Can't do it on 3/4 of an acre. If you have a pool, you got all these roads, and how do you take care of the commercial? Lots of cement, lots of concrete, and a roof. Where's the sprinkler system going? Where's the water well? How are you going to protect that? Everything's flowing downhill to my neighbors, everything, and then it goes across my land. You look at that exhibit with the floodplain on it. Everything flows downhill and into the lake, the water supply. It goes across my land. These are wetlands designated. So I ask that you either get a PUD or you deny it, and I'll await your decision. I think there's a few other people that would like to talk.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Chris Mitchener. Again, I apologize. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Yes, my name is Chris Mitchener. I live on 8225 East Memorial, which is directly across the very middle of this proposed development. The one on your little map here you guys sent, it's all in blue, obviously meaning water. And it flows from there all the way to Lake Arcadia through several neighborhoods. We have 2 ponds, pond there, quite a bit. There's a 2-foot drainage pipe that goes across Memorial, across that property. So obviously that water goes into my property. And it is subject to flooding. We have been close to flooding. It's been close to getting in our garage. Downstream, they've flooded before, or at least twice that I know of over the 10 years that I've lived there, 12 actually. So I don't know how long you guys have been on the council, but when we moved there in 2010, there was this environmental conservation area. It was dated from 2000 to 2020, being relevant to 2030. And everything it says, I mean, I could stand here and read the whole thing to you. Limited use in the environmental conservation area. Here's a map of it, which you can't really see, I don't know. All that's in that zone. Goes from the Deep Fork all the way to the Tinker stream that goes also into Lake Arcadia. It's called Simple, and that's our Oklahoma City did that plan in 2000, and then they did another one in 2015 and still reiterated 5-acre development, 5-acre homes. Very limited commercial use. That's the biggest thing. That's my biggest thing, is that we move out there and it's like, sure, they've done some other developments, but they shouldn't have. I mean, just because they made mistakes, previously doesn't mean they need to continue to keep reducing the lots. And as far as the study goes, I don't know what their study came from about the water, but I don't know any of you guys say that we got plenty of water. Seriously, we got plenty of water? No studies do that. I mean, no. So limited use within designated environmental conservation areas is public open space, crops, grazing, recreation, 5-acre tract, residential. And that's my biggest beef, is that there probably more people would be protesting, but we all live on 5, 10-acre lots, and so I'm not sure what the requirement is for this development, but the one across the street, I didn't get a letter. That's an 1/8 of a mile from me. No letter from the 120 or whatever acres on the other side of I-44. So, across the street, there's only 8 people that live there, 8 homes, I believe, So it just seems like that they're going against what the land use was designated for that a long time ago. And none of those things have changed. We're not less polluted. We're not have more water. We don't have more wildlife. We don't have more trees. We don't have a lot of things. And that'll just it'll just be raised. Their plot, I can't see it from where I am, but. Yeah, you can't see where the water flows. But, the plat that I saw, they're all showing 1/2 to 3/4 acre lots. And I just think that, it's a travesty, and I think, again, there would be more people would oppose it if they knew about it. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, I do question. Does anybody know about the environmental conservation area? Has anybody ever seen that in the 20 years it's been on the government? Nobody?
I'd have to defer to staff on that.
I believe he's
You know anything about
referring to the sector plan.
I mean, seriously, we paid for it. I assume the taxpayers paid for it. It was, 2000 to 2020, and I can show a page right here. It says where would like to be followed till 2030, where they would maybe amend it. And even the
Part
one
of
that they
Plan
did in
OKC.
2015 still says RL is 5 acres. It still recommends 5 acres.
I presume he's talking about the Northeast Sector Plan, which was
Now,
superseded by
maybe
Plan
we don't
OKC.
care because it all flows to Arcadia, but that's Edmond. We're just right on the cusp there, so. The commercial, I think it's ridiculous, and there's nothing around there. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna expand when they do the highway, but you can't see, I've seen 3 deaths in that area since I've lived there. One in my front yard, obviously everybody knows about Aubrey. That was McClendon, I'm sure everybody knows who he is. And it's rural. People drive fast. People don't expect to see a lot of cars other than deer and, woods and things like that. So we like it like it is. We think that they're going in the wrong direction. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for me?
Any questions from commissioners?
I'd like for you to send me a copy of the plan that you're talking
I wrote all over. I will. I'd love to.
All right.
Thank you, Janice. I'd love to.
Thank you.
Can I get with her on that?
Lovely.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Lacatus. And I, again, apologize. I'm doing my best on names.
That's okay, it's Lacatus.
Lacatus, I'm sorry.
Not a problem. I get it all the time. I'm actually a realtor who has helped purchase about 35 acres across the street with one of my clients since 2014. So I'm here to speak on their behalf because they actually live in Australia and they're not here full-time. They purchased the property, their family lives over there in 2 of the houses.
And this is north, just to be clear, this is north of this property, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they own 4 properties over there consisting of about 30 acres.
Okay.
And then also I have a letter from the neighbor that lives directly on the southwest corner. She apologizes, she cannot be here. She came down with the flu last night, so. And I think you have her letter as well.
I do.
But, my client, I think they also sent the letter into the Planning Commission. I don't know if you have that one. But, their concerns are follow the plan. I mean, the city set out a plan years ago with the 5 acres, and they would really like to see that plan enforced because that's why they purchased all that acreage over there. They're all similar acreages. They own, different lots of 15, 5 here, 5 there, 10 there, that sort of thing, as well as all the other neighbors right directly across the street. So they'd really like to see that, and they'd also like to see a PUD, which we have tried to talk to the developer as no success on anything like that. But your own staff report addresses the forestry, and it says in there that the lots are not consistent with what the plan was. So, the forestry alone, we'd like to see how does that play out? What does that look like on those lots if they're going to make them that small? We have no idea. We've not seen that. So that's their concern, and as well as the traffic that other neighbors have talked about. It's a very dangerous road. The mail stopped delivering to my client's property because it's too dangerous. So they don't even stop it, and you can't see over the hill. So those are all things I know the traffic and all those other studies will address. The other letter from Kim Horton, who just lives directly across the street. We did have a meeting with the developers, but I'm just going to read her letter for her since she cannot be here. She moved out to the area for a reason. She moved out to the country to get away from dense population and the commercial properties that come with it. We moved out here so my family, especially my 3-year-old son, can enjoy the trees, the animals, and the wide open spaces, away from the hustle and bustle of town. I really wish all of you could see the area, especially the Midwest Boulevard Memorial intersection. It's rolling hills, trees with large open lots. OKC must agree that this character is important to preserve as the proposed rezoning area is classified as rural low intensity, which means the city lots to be a minimum of 5 acres, and that any commercial property would not negatively impact the rural residential character. I believe legal representation for the hopeful developers of this area said it best when they were asked if there were when there would be anything additional built between the residential zone, which means the new lots, and the commercial zone. She quickly stated, oh yes, something would definitely be built there because no one wants to back up or look at commercial. To which Kim lives right there on the corner and replied, but you want me to look at it. So she doesn't have any kind of buffer, but people who are going to buy these lots over here will have a buffer. If commercial development would not harm the character of that area, why is legal representation stating that no one wants to back up or look at it? Why would they ensure the residential area would not have to look at it? We must walk across Midwest Boulevard to get our mailbox because that's the only direction the post office travels. Any commercial property would certainly add more danger to this task as well as getting out of our driveway. Additional lights, traffic, people to this area will certainly negatively impact the character. She appreciates your time and she apologizes for not being here, otherwise she would be speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did visit with Ms. Horton, and I'm sorry that she wasn't able to join us today, but we've had several conversations about her concerns as well. And I'm going to do my best. Yun.
Yes.
You're going to have to pronounce your last name for me.
Name's Yunus Ramanzadeh.
Okay.
Address 8421 East Memorial Road.
You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
I'm just right directly across street from this project.
To the north, too?
To the north.
Okay.
The family bought the 21 acres about 25 years ago, and I purchased 8 acres at 2005, and we decided to build a house in 2008. And I keep that property nice, mowed, landscape, have pond, kids go fishing and playing golf on the property. As you know, the Memorial Road is a really busy traffic. It's Oklahoma County, Edmond School District, and Jones mailing address. The gentleman with the Jones, the post office, works for post office, drives a unmarked vehicle to deliver mails. And he's in and out of these mailboxes. And I have seen it numerous times. I wish him well because, I mean, he gets close calls all the time. We're having so much traffic on the Memorial. For another reason, there's a sand pit on east of town. Every morning, all these dump trucks going in, when they're coming through Midwest Boulevard, they're going downhill. And when they get close to my property before they get to Douglas, they use the term J-brake, where they're having to slow the truck down, and these guys just make all kinds of noise trying to slow the truck down. Well, guess what? Hour later, after they got loaded, they're coming back up to try and get up to the hill by my house. You can see black smoke just going everywhere because they're struggling to get up on the hill. I mean, the Edmond school bus is having to park this vehicle in an angle where traffic wouldn't hit the kids if the kids going across the street or getting off the bus. I mean, it just so much traffic on I'm not sure if this is for this planning commission or for traffic commission, but it just try and figure out what this guy's going to do with the traffic. You know, people drive so fast. It just I can show you the pictures of the wrecks that just happened past 3 weeks. You know, maybe the study needs to be done with the Oklahoma City Police Department on traffic, you know, how fast folks driving. I mean, it's so bad with this commercial vehicles. They're building so much home in the East, and all these guys delivering all this equipment for dirt, concrete trucks that are coming so fast. And when they get to stop sign Midwest Boulevard, if they're not prepared to stop, well, guess what? They have 10 tons or 10 yards of gravel or concrete. When they hit the truck, they're dumped concrete right there on traffic, and if they don't get caught, well, they just keep going, and someone else have to worry about getting it cleaned up. I mean, that intersection of Midwest Boulevard and Memorial is just terrible. And now here we're talking about putting a commercial zoning. It's just going to be a nightmare. And I mean, it just, I mean, it's so bad where I have noticed the SUV from the state trooper parks on I-35 as these trucks coming through. I have seen it. I also have taken pictures where these trucks are loaded with so much gravel and dirt where he's having to weigh them out just to make sure they're legal on their stuff. And this past summer, we actually run out of water on the well, and we'll have to come over there to have it drill that again. Because I mean, and here these guys want to put a half an acre lot, or the 3/4 acre lot, and drill and septic tank. To make matters worse, I believe I gave you the copy where the 37 homes are trying to build on this lot. Well, their entrance or exit is just right directly across the street from my gate. So I mean, 37 times 2 vehicles per home is going to be coming out of that neighborhood. This is going to be really, I mean, I know when we bought the land over there, it's going to be residential at some point.
1 minute remaining.
But, not 3/4 acre lot. Make it 5 acre lot, just be done with it. And I'll be their cheerleader. I'll be putting the sign up for them. But if they're going to put a half acre lot, 3/4 lot, I promise you I'll make banners all over my yard. I'll be protesting for them. And I have my legal rights to do it. I just put it up there, make sure the people coming in trying to buy these lots know what they're buying. On top of that, you're right next to Turnpike. Who's going to pay $200,000 for 3/4 acre lot, put a $500,000 home right next to Turnpike, and have septic tank and well water? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions from commissioners?
Okay.
Thank you. I've had great conversations with the neighbors again. I think it's very important that the neighbors understand today we're dealing with the zoning. We are not dealing with the plat. So I'm going to ask the applicant, I've seen this exhibit numerous times.
So, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
That was performed so that the developer could see what an impact would be if the Turnpike Authority was going to condemn a portion of the land. There is no plat before you. We will have to come and plat. As you might expect, as a lawyer, when someone is looking at what the impact would be for a taking, you're going to draft it as maxed out as possible to see what values might be arrived at. We will have to come through and plat it. We'll have to come through and plat it to meet the ordinance. There was talk of drainage. We'll have to do a detailed drainage study that will be performed, given to Public Works, who will review it against the ordinance. So that is simply an image used to analyze a potential taking.
So to be clear, and I would like neighbors to be clear on this, what we're voting on today is not this specifically. We are not voting on this arrangement of homes. We're not voting. What we're voting on is the zoning. So, and those are the restrictions for an RA development or a C3 development. It's not this specific arrangement of homes. When they come back with a plat, if this is approved and they come back with a plat, then we would have the ability to analyze. For example, I know the previous speaker mentioned concern about where the entrances and exits are. That would be the opportunity for us to address issues like that. But this is a straight zoning request. So the question before this commission is, will we allow RA development in those areas that are outlined in the map? Will we allow C3 development in the area that's outlined in the map? The arrangement of the homes is not the issue that we are going to be able to address today. So I'm not saying that we should discount that the developer is thinking that this is their intention, but at this point, that's not before the commission. So I just want to be very clear about that. Are there any questions of the applicant from commissioners? I'm sorry, Ms. Wood.
David, what is the southern western half of the commercial part that is excluded?
Right away.
How important is the C3 to this application?
Yeah, if that's a concern, we could defer that piece of it and come back with an SPUD. If the concern is specific uses that would be allowed in C3 are deemed incompatible, my client would be willing to defer the C3 piece and come back with a SPUD.
I'm for that.
It seems like that would be the Yeah, the natural decision.
Or just straight C1, how do you feel about that?
C1's fine.
Little C1, less intense.
Or only RA. No.
Why don't we, I think, I mean, it's a consensus issue. You know, I'm going to prefer the SPUD because we can get more specific. So,
I like that
like
too.
there's consensus.
What about even the changes to the comprehensive plan? I mean, if you're going to come back,
So, yeah, so changing the comp plan doesn't serve anything, because if we did it urban, they'd recommend denial because we don't have urban services. If we did it rural medium, they'd recommend denial because it's not 2 acres in size. So we don't want to waste the staff's time analyzing the application. You know, we made the same argument south. So what we would prefer is move forward with the RA, either modify it to C1 or defer the commercial piece for a SPUD. We are fine with either.
Staff want to respond to that?
Go ahead, Sarah.
Comp plan?
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. I think a difference between the land north of the turnpike and south of the turnpike is the land north of the turnpike is under the rural low designation. So that's why it supports 5-acre lots. I'm sorry, I don't recall if you changed it, excuse me, or if it was already designated as such, but the land south of the turnpike is rural medium. So when we talk about rural medium, it's not a hard and fast 2-acre minimum lot size. It's an average, basically, of a 2-acre minimum lot size. There are provisions in the comprehensive plan that talk about how it may be appropriate to go down to 1-acre lots in rural medium areas. That would be for purposes of specifically preserving environmentally sensitive areas, such as the upland forest. So if the applicant applied for a comp plan amendment, we expect it would be to rural medium. I am not the comprehensive plan planner. I anticipate it would not be recommended for approval to change just because of the water, the sewer, and the lack of fire service. However, if the Planning Commission did make the change to rural medium, then a PUD that held kind of that 2-acre lot size density, which is 0.5 dwelling units per acre, would be consistent with rural medium, if that makes sense to anybody.
Could I
Thank you,
respond
Sarah.
to that?
Yes.
So it may be rural medium now. So the exhibit I handed out, it wasn't rural medium when you recommended approval of the land south. It was actually in the urban reserve category. So staff perhaps on their own initiative changed it to rural medium. We would applaud their effort to do the same here. But we don't intend to have 2-acre lots. We intend to have RA lots consistent with the overwhelming majority of the sites you see on this map. So in terms of C1 versus C3, I think we'd prefer just defer it and let us come back on the commercial piece with a SPUD so we can have additional controls and really get into a discussion about uses.
Thank you. I think on the comp plan amendment issue, a few years ago, I'm looking mostly over here, and Rusty, you will recall that we used to get a number of these requests where the comp plan amendments weren't done. And we finally put our foot down and said, nope, you're going to do these comp plan amendments, and we're not going to hear any rezoning cases until they're done. And so then everybody changed, and now we were seeing comp plan amendments. I think on this issue, I do appreciate Sarah being so direct about they can make these changes. Doesn't necessarily mean the recommendation's going to change, which makes me more inclined to say, then let's just decide today. And Sarah, you can, if I'm mischaracterizing your statement, correct me. But I think to frame this conversation for us, to keep us moving forward at 5 o'clock, I think it's important that we decide, from the onset, do we want to require some more work be done with the comp plan amendment, number one? Is RA appropriate, number two? I think there's consensus just from looking at shaking heads that we want the SPUD on the C3 and for you all to take a deferral on that. So I think those are the two questions that remain. Sarah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to just confirm that if this were rural medium, or if there were a comp plan amendment already filed to change it to rural medium, our typical recommendation on zoning is that if the comprehensive plan amendment is denied, deny the application. If the comprehensive plan amendment is approved, amend the zoning district to RA2, which is the one that we consider the most comparable to the rural medium LUDA, and then approve. So I just wanted to clarify, because we've done this a lot on, not on this site, but on a lot of different rural developments. That's our typical recommendation.
But with the RA2 zoning, it would only allow lots of the size that the applicant is contemplating in the event that there are an unusual set of circumstances that warrant lots that at 1 acre versus 2.
The RA2 district and the RA district actually have the same lot size regulations. It's just the overall density that's controlled.
Okay.
In other words, if you wanted to, there's a big, huge, old growth swath on the property, you want to save that, you could have some lots that were smaller than 2-acre lots because you're kind of seeding the ground to the forest, but that doesn't mean that you can just like carve the whole thing up into 1-acre lots, so.
That makes sense. So where are we on the comp plan amendment? Let's start there. Thoughts from the commission? Commissioner Powers, why?
Consistency. I think one of the big problems that we have here, don't make that face, one of the big problems that we have here is that we have not been as consistent as we should be about following the plan with respect to 5-acre lots. I won't call names, but very often applicants come in and they make these arguments to us that there's a problem with the plan and it doesn't allow for something that really should allow for. We had those arguments. We had those conversations. This is where we landed. We have 5-acre lots. We have 2-acre lots. It's like if you want something smaller than that, it has to fit into the package. We have not been as consistent about observing that as we should have been, in my humble opinion, in the past. And I think, it would do us all some good, some disciplinary good, to just be consistent with the decisions that we're making. You're right, we did get a slew of cases that were presented to us that would require or would seem to require a comp plan amendment, but they didn't choose to do that for the same reasons that the applicant here doesn't choose to do it. It's expensive, it's time consuming. It doesn't necessarily help your case. And so you just don't do it, But I think for us and our decision-making process, the way we look at these things, it's important. Nothing more than that.
And if I might, consistency is what we're asking too. Consistent with what the commission has continuously granted in this area. So if you look at the staff report from the 100-plus acres south, it asks us to amend the comp plan. And I made the same argument, and it was agreed upon. That now staff may have on their own done it, because at the time of the staff report, it was urban reserve. We did not make a request, to my knowledge.
They have that authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, this is in a transition zone. I'm looking at the map right now. There's urban medium, like Sarah said, to the south. And that particular piece, I don't remember the history, but it would have had to come to the Planning Commission either through an individual CPA, a comprehensive plan amendment, or as part of an update process. So through one of those, it may have changed, but regardless, it is on the border of rural medium. So there's rural medium here, there's urban reserve, there's agricultural preserve, there's a lot going on here. But the turnpike, as Sarah said, is the border between rural medium and rural low.
Okay. Still on the question of a comp plan amendment. Other thoughts from commissioners? Otherwise, my suggestion is going to be that Commissioner Powers just makes the motion and we decide on that issue, unless we feel comfortable in voting on the zoning. Go ahead, Commissioner LaForge.
I just wanted to say, I do feel that there's unique conditions on this site that the hydrology and the size of lots is I think, a valid concern. I know you're meeting the intent and the requirements, but if we're going to continue this, it does seem that commercial component with no water or sewers just
we'll defer the
bothers
commercial.
me.
I think, yeah,
we need to come back to that one for
consensus on
sure.
that.
But also the lot size. I mean, and I like the suggestion that rural medium with 2-acre average lots is more appropriate, even though I'm seeing RAs all over here, but.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I think the conversation needs to continue is all, so that's
And
where we are.
we'll have to plat it, so the hydrology studies will happen at the platting phase. I mean, we can't spend the money at this point without entitlements on that piece of it. So yeah, we're looking for consistency.
I'm being told by our council that we actually don't have the authority, and you clarify this for me. Actually, you go ahead and say it. See, I keep speaking for you, Susan. I'm going to stop right now.
Well, I think that you either need to deny it, or unless he agrees to continue it and submit for a comp plan amendment. I don't think we can make him submit an application for a comp plan amendment.
Okay. I think we're ready, unless there's other debate or discussion, I think we're ready for a motion on that issue of if we're ready for just denial outright because there's not a comp plan amendment, or if we're okay with moving forward on the zoning itself. I will tell you that I think the argument, while I am concerned about tree preservation, and it sounds like there's been some, I recall the study about the aquifer, and because that was my concern when we did the RA to the south, and I do remember reading that report, and I do remember the phrase prolific being used in that, and I can attest to that, because it was my concern in that, with that rezoning. I think it's hard for us to argue that RA is not okay here, but is okay to the north of the neighbors who are directly north there, and it's also okay across the street. So I do think that's worth something in this discussion. But certainly if the applicant's willing to go back and if there's consensus that we want to see a comp plan amendment, I'm not going to stand in the way of that either. So I think we're just ready for a motion.
So is it, maybe it's not appropriate, but I'll ask anyway. Is it really your position that you'd rather have a denial than to do a comp plan amendment?
Well, no, we don't want a denial, but we want the RA approved in the same manner that all of the rest of them have been approved. To the chair's point, it's a waste of my client's money. It's a waste of staff's resources. They're going to recommend denial of an RA application. They, on their own initiative, did the comp plan change on the land to the south. Their staff report on that land to the south asked to amend to RA2 or continue to submit a comprehensive plan amendment request, much like what they're doing here. We're simply asking that the commission make a consistent decision like they did south, like they did here, like they did here, 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 and at some point here.
So again, I understand that the door of consistency swings both ways. I feel like we have not been as consistent about this in the past as we should have been. I think, we did kind of draw a line in the sand, and I think it's important for us to kind of hold to that. I don't think, trying to read staff's mind about where this is going to come out is a good basis to avoid the process. I'm back to, would you rather have a denial than go for a comp plan amendment? Because that's what I'm going to recommend.
Well, I understand. I'm hopeful that there's 5 votes that see it the way that we do, consistent with the chair's comments.
Do we know if the comp plan was amended for any of the other RAs?
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you that my recollection, because I did this one and this one, on this one, I'm fairly certain we had a recommendation of denial or modify to RA2, and we declined. And I do not recall doing a comp plan change for the same reason that I'm stating here.
Yeah, I don't think we did. Because that was done within the last 2 years, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, these aren't archaic zoning cases. These are recent past.
Well, then it sounds like unless there's any further discussion, Commissioner Powers, do you want to make a motion? I cannot, so.
I'm going to move to deny item number 23, PC 10859.
And I'm going to vote, I will be voting no. I think we need to, at the most, I think, let's continue this and go resolve it in a different way. But without assurances for me that in this instance with this kind of redevelopment, that it's going to result in a different recommendation from staff, it seems like we're just making the applicant just go through the runaround. And so I'm like, if we want a substantive change, let's just ask for that. But that's not the motion.
I don't quite follow that, because what I understood staff to be saying is that if it comes back to them, they will recommend that it either be denied or that the application be modified to RA2.
But RA2 doesn't allow 1 acre lots, or RA2 can allow 1 acre lots under specific sets of circumstances.
Correct.
And
In a clustering situation, and this is a small triangled piece of property, if you were going to force an RA2 with clustering, it would have been on the 100+ acres here, not the small triangle piece here.
Well, I think we can vote. I mean, I'm just one person.
Okay.
The motion is to move that we recommend denial of this application to City Council. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes when available. Just to be clear, a yes vote means that we are recommending that it be denied. A no vote means that you do not want the recommendation of denial. The double negatives are extremely confusing, so I just wanted to be clear.
How does the C zone play into it?
At this point, we'd be denying the whole application, so it's the whole thing.
Hold on.
It's okay. If you vote no, it means that the motion to recommend denial is itself denied, which means we'd be back to the application as presented.
Right.
We'd be back to what do we do next?
What do we do next?
Another motion.
And then we need a new motion. So it looks like the motion to recommend denial has passed.
Thank you.
Then we are now in line for, in light of the fact that I know we've been here a while and I know we have some neighbors who are anxious for item 24, but I think we might need just a few minutes break. So let's take a break and be back at 5:17. Okay, let's come back together. Thank you all. We've been sitting here a while, so we needed a minute to stretch our legs, so thank you for your patience. We're now in line for item 24.
Item 20, oops, there we go. Item 24 is case PUD 1930, application to rezone 10300 North Sooner Road from AA.
Good afternoon. Again, David Box, 522 Northwood Drive. I sincerely appreciate the enthusiastic clapping of the audience with the last vote, because what I took that as supporting the comprehensive plan. So what I'm going to do at the end of my presentation is ask you to once again support the comprehensive plan. My client today is Ideal Homes. The commission, who has been here for some time, will recall that I was here on this application, or excuse me, this piece of land previously. I believe it's been 2 years. At the time, I was representing the owners of the property. A developer had not been identified. There were rumors, but there wasn't any public knowledge of who it was. I didn't know who it was. And it was an R1 application. There was no plat associated with it, so everybody used their imagination of what that might look like. What we heard from the chair, as well as other members of Planning Commission, was that single family certainly is appropriate, but a PUD was needed. A PUD was needed to come up with appropriate controls for development of this land. What I'm showing before you is what an R1 application would look like. We're pushing almost 800 single-family homes. It doesn't respect the floodplain. It doesn't provide for school. It doesn't provide for amenities. After that contract with the original developer went away, Ideal Homes jumped in and started negotiating for a contract. They were able to get the land under contract, and before we had any, let me see if I can make this work. Before we had any application filed, we had a community meeting at the Oakdale Public School building in their auditorium. We showed a couple of concepts, including the one before you, that had a combination of single-family residential, townhomes, and commercial. What we heard that night were three main concerns: trees, school, and density. What we're going to talk about are four main points: trees, density, traffic, and school. Aside from me, Tim Johnson's going to speak about sewer capacity, drainage, traffic, and the aquifer. Zach Roach is going to talk about open space developments and affordability. So after that first meeting, again, still before we had filed an application, the school issue took up about 80% of the conversation. So what we did was we went and talked to the then superintendent and a school board member to ask what their concerns were and what were needed. One of the biggest concerns that Oakdale Public Schools has is the lack of land. If you think about it in terms of Deer Creek has all the land in the world. They don't have bonding capacity. The opposite holds true here. The school told us they didn't want the commercial. They have so much bonding capacity and so much money based upon what exists on I-35 with all the large-scale warehouses that their ad valorem base is exceptionally high. I believe they're only one of 3 school districts in the state that have such a high ad valorem base that they don't qualify for certain public funding. So they asked us to take off the commercial. So we went back to them and showed them this site plan, carving out 5 acres for the school. They said, this is great. We love this idea. 5 acres is not enough. We believe our minimum requirement is 15 acres. We said, well, great. Can you send us something? So their architect sent us this site plan. We didn't make that up. We didn't draw that. That came from the Oakdale Public Schools architect. They said at the time, 15 acres is what we need. So during this time, we're also changing the lot count. We're changing the density. We went to a plan that had 2 types of single-family lots, and then the third type is single-family but a gated community, a senior product. My client has this product across 10 different developments in the metro, and 84% of the people that live in those are 55 and older and have no school-age children. It's a gated community that has extraordinary high HOA dues that cover maintenance, landscaping, and all of those things. We were moving along for quite some time at this development plan, and we're told last Friday, I believe, we received a letter, perhaps it was Thursday, that 15 acres is not enough now, and we don't like the location that you've provided. So we said, okay, tell us what you want. The letter said they needed 20 acres and they wanted it on the corner. I'm going the wrong way here. Here we go. So my client spent the weekend redrawing their site plan to reflect a 20-acre school site on the corner as requested. It modified our lot count at the time to 672. In that meeting last Friday with the chair and several members of the community, they asked us to go back and also get some larger lots, which we did. And this is what we have today as a final site plan. This is a site plan that has been reduced to 655 lots, 75 of which are the largest lots that Ideal Homes has in their portfolio. It's these lots up here. And this is the 55 and older senior product. So I think it's important to move to that next issue, which are trees. We've heard a lot about the tree issue. So we thought it prudent to undertake a study of the area before it was developed. And what we found was the neighborhoods that are complaining about our rezoning were almost 100% forested. It wasn't but for a developer clearing the land that allowed for their homes to be built. This is an exhibit that goes through the various tree cover that was removed. The development immediately north of us, 47.7% of the trees were removed. What's important to look at is the subject site in 1991 and now is virtually identical. You'll see that our site has no historic trees, unlike the developments that exist around us. From a density standpoint, which is what you're going to hear a lot about today, the comprehensive plan designates this site as urban low. Urban low has a target density range of 4 to 8 units per acre. When we first filed the PUD, we had a maximum density allowed of 3.5 units per acre, below the target density range. With our most current update, we are actually at 3.35. So we have continued to go down, even though where we started was below the target density range. So when we think about density, I think we have to think about it in terms of the comprehensive plan and what is compatible around us. The traffic counts, which is you're also going to hear a lot, are exceptionally low. We used ACOG's numbers. On Britain, the existing traffic count is 2,866. On Sooner, it's 2,866. So the engineers ran a model projecting our full build-out, and the future is 6,817 on Britain, 6,608 on Sooner. Why that's important is, from a capacity standpoint, typically the city won't even look at 4-laning a road until it hits 10,000 daily trips. So even at full build-out, we are still below what the city would look at for redoing to make it a 4-lane road. So we believe we have done everything possible to make this development compatible. We have continued to modify it. I think it's a foregone conclusion that this site is going to be developed single family. And we think if it's developed single family, that this particular developer is the best suited to develop this site. They have a history of doing open space developments that are difficult sites just like this. And Zach's going to talk about that. The last piece that I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Johnson, is the housing affordability study. This is a document that was commissioned by the city. The city paid $187,000 to commission this study. What this study says is there were key issues about housing type diversity. That's one of the things that in the urban low comprehensive plan designation says we need a mix of type of home, income levels to maintain diversity. This study, again, $187,000 study commissioned by the city, comes to the conclusion that some people could and might choose to live in a smaller space than we conventionally build, so smaller single-family homes as well as rental units may be an option for more affordable living. An increase in density can be accomplished, for example, by building more homes on less land and having smaller lot sizes. These are tools that could make housing more affordable for people in our community, and the city's role in zoning, supporting, and regulating housing concerns is one vital component. That's exactly what we're doing here. We are providing the opportunity for teachers, firemen, police, emergency service workers to live in an area that has a great school district. Now, you may hear that we don't need a school site. So what we've done in the PUD is we have carved out 20 acres. Single-family homes, not allowed in that tract 2. So if the school decides they don't want it, we tend to think that they will want it, but if they don't want it, well, I guess the neighborhood has an extra 20 acres of open space that won't get touched. So we believe we have done everything that a prudent developer could do with this piece of property. There were 3 TEs in the staff report, all 3 of which we agreed to. And there's 3 that we'd like to add. We'd like to add TE4. Tract 2 shall be a minimum of 20 acres in size. TE5, lots abutting the north property line shall be a minimum of 70 feet wide. And TE6, max density of 3.35 units per acre. Again, below the target density range contained in the comprehensive plan. If there are no immediate questions for me, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Tim Johnson. Again, he's going to touch on sewer capacity, drainage, traffic, in more detail than I provided, and the aquifer.
Any questions for David, Commissioners? All right. Tim.
Do you scroll this to get it past? Okay.
I think you go down, up, the other way.
Okay. Oh. Well, we may be missing the one I want. Good afternoon. Thank you. Tim Johnson, Johnson Associates, long time no see. It's good to be here today. So I'm going to talk about sewer first. So there's been some questions in reading through the protest letters about capacity, sewer capacity. So when we developed the tract of land here, just west of our, I'm sorry, just east of this subject tract, the utility department required us to extend sanitary sewer because it was in the new urban designation. We were going to make water available. The utilities director said, you have to extend sewer. We're not going to support the development. We went to then property owner of this, the owner, the elderly gentleman that passed away, and requested an easement because the only way to access the public sewer was through his property. And he would not allow us to have an easement in any shape, form, or fashion. He said he had cancer. He said, I don't want to deal with this. You can deal with my family later. So we convinced the utility department to allow us to do 30,000 square foot lots where we brought in water and had to put in septic systems on the tract east of this. So here we are a few years later. What the study entailed is this basin is almost 1,600 acres. Some of it's already developed into acreage lots, 5-acre lots, large home lots. And this is part of this overall study that the city uses to provide main sizes to the treatment plant, and in this case, it all goes to Witcher's pump station. It's pumped through a very large force main all the way to the Canadian River plant. And the force main leaves the Witcher pump station just west of Sooner, and it's in a very large easement all the way through the neighborhoods that go east of here, all the way to the plant. The Witcher pump station was upgraded about 8 to 10 years ago. The staff believes it has capacity. We believe it has capacity. It receives a 60-inch pipe from the very large basin that it carries. And 600 homes is kind of a drop in the bucket to the amount of sewage that comes through there. I think somewhere in the range of 50 to 55,000 million gallons per day. So we believe sewer's got capacity. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was traffic. David took my traffic board. Sorry. Is it up here? Okay. Maybe it's easier to put it up here. There we go. So as David ran through very quickly, so we did a real quick capacity or impact analysis of the number of lots. We think that the decision of the school to put themselves on the corner was a very wise decision because of the amount of traffic generated during the peak inflow and outflow of students. In this case, it would allow the school to operate completely independent of the traffic for the neighborhood. And as David mentioned, there's very low counts from 2019 on both Britton and Sooner. And with the future counts, you know, it takes it to well under the capacity of a two-lane road, which, depending on what book you look at, it's up to 13,000 average daily traffic per day. So the other thing I wanted to mention is that we also looked at the city's conditions of street conditions analysis, and currently Britton is rated as good and Sooner is rated as fair. So as many of you know, we've been working on a lot of developments up in the northwest quadrant in Mr. Noble's ward, around Sarah, 150th, 164th. Those streets are all in poor conditions. And as everybody knows that's involved in the development business, the improvement of those streets typically follows development. And as the city will begin working next year on a bond issue program, those kind of issues will be addressed. We will also be paying the traffic impact fee on these houses, which, because of our location, is one of the higher fees to be paid. And if any traffic issues come out of this development, then those fees will be used to repair or improve those conditions. So stormwater, that's my next discussion. Again, reading through a lot of the complaints and concerns. So as you can see, we have a floodplain, which is the light blue. We have a floodway, which is the hatched. And when this study was done, they did not model the floodway run through the pond, but there's a floodway there. It just didn't get modeled. We are going to respect the FEMA floodplain. We are going to meet all of Oklahoma City's criteria. And although I haven't looked at this yet to determine whether or not detention is truly required in this area, the developers always require it in their developments, and so we intend to convert this pond into a retention pond. So it'll hold water at all times. It will allow for the fluctuation of the flow in the pond to increase and decrease during a heavy rainfall, such that the outlet flow will be equal to or less than historic. That said, we will also model the basin as we improve from the dam to the south to determine what water surface levels we'll be dealing with. We're not allowed to raise or increase or impact the water surface upstream or downstream of our property. Those will all be requirements that we'll have to prove to the city that as we develop our plans will not be a problem. We will not adversely impact the conditions that are there today. That said, we are aware that Britton Road has a very small structure under it, and there are some flooding conditions on Britton Road today. Those may need to be addressed. We may work with the city to try to partner to improve those as part of our development. And so this is a good segue into a lot of the topic. Oops, sorry, got into Zach's side. So there's been a lot of talking, and even somebody emailed as part of their protest a copy of this book that I already downloaded from the OWRB and several weeks ago and looked at their hydraulic and simulation groundwater flow for the Lake Arcadia Basin. And we are in the Lake Arcadia Basin. A lot of the scientific data that's submitted here actually works in our favor from a standpoint of discussion. The biggest proponent of allowing aquifer recharge to occur is if you have a canopy, which, as we've already discussed, a lot of our property was pasture for many decades, and then it was allowed to go fallow. And a lot of these trees that are out there are volunteer. They're not cross timbers like you have to the north and west of our site. Without a canopy, your runoff is greater, but this is really a bowl, and it's very sandy soils, and there's a lot of recharge that goes on in the current pond. Currently, the pond doesn't stay full all the time. It rains, it fills up, and then it drains down, slowly recharging the aquifer. The other thing that we're doing that's a proponent of salvaging or protecting the aquifer is we're going to be 100% on Oklahoma City water. We are not going to be drilling wells. Wells deplete the aquifer. The Garber-Wellington in this area varies from 400 to 500 feet deep for potable water to 700 to 800 feet deep. I would suspect a lot of the local wells are not that deep. It's a very big expense to go that deep. The other thing is we're not going to have any septic tanks. So we won't be potentially infiltrating the aquifer with any septic evaporation that happens underground. We're going to be tied to the Oklahoma City sewer. As we mentioned, there'll be a sewer line that comes through the middle of our property that will serve out into that basin, because 95% of our property is drains into that bowl. Just a little bit on the southwest corner drains out. You can see the red line there. That's about 5-6 acres. So that all drains in there. We have 35 acres of common area that is virtually not going to be touched. I'm sorry, 36 acres of common area. We have a 65% lot coverage requirement. That leaves us 35% of front yard, backyard, open space around the houses. That calculates to 57.4 acres. So of our 200 acres, 93.4 acres is open and available to receive rainwater. Because we're a suburban basin, the rain will be collected in stormwater and storm sewers, what runs off of each lot, and it all drains to the lake. And again, storage for the aquifer. So I think if anything, we're going to improve the condition that's there today with regard to the aquifer. Do you have any questions of me?
Any questions for Tim? Nope. And I know you have one more speaker. It is a late hour, so let's please be respectful of our time. We've been here, the commissioners, I'm sure many of our neighbors have been here for the whole meeting, so.
Hello, my name is Zach Roach, 1320 North Porter. I hear you loud and clear, Chairman, and I will keep my remarks brief. I do want to talk very quickly about the Ideal Homes philosophy when it comes to doing amenities. Ideal Homes takes a bit of a different approach from your standard developer in that we believe in an inside-out approach to amenities. And what I mean by that is this. Instead of shoehorning in development amenities into areas that are leftovers or inconvenient, we literally start with the amenities and work outward from there. This community will be no different than any of the dozens of communities where we use the same approach. It will feature extensive walking trails so that we envision young families and children walking out their backyard, being able to walk to the pool, the clubhouse, the splash pad, the stocked fishing ponds, the pavilions, the butterfly gardens, and any one of other amenities that will be featured in this community. And that's a really important thing because it's not just about having interconnected walking trails, it's about keeping traffic off the streets. It's about creating opportunity for those young families and those children to be down adjacent to nature. That's something that we spend a lot of time thinking about, because you can put a walking trail in and connect it to a place, but does it have context within that place? Are you taking that walking trail and running it adjacent to ecologically sensitive areas? Can you show your residents how important it is to be able to see the tadpoles and the bullfrogs and the red-winged blackbirds and all of the nature that goes on? Because what we know from studies is when people can see and live and breathe and splash in those areas, they become important to them, and they want to protect them. And that's just another of the nuanced details that we will plan on incorporating in this development. Something else that I'm very proud of, that's a detail that we implement in all of our developments also with the walking trails, is something I've dubbed the social fence. And it's really nothing more than a 4-foot split rail fence that abuts any area that's got a walking trail in the common area. And the reason this is important is, as a father of 3, I live in an Ideal Homes community, and my wife and I are constantly trying to juxtapose and balance, how do we let our kids have free play? How do we grow them into adults who are independent of us? Because someday they're going to move out of the house. And how do we protect them from unnecessary risk? And so the thought that my wife and I have had all these years is, we're not going to put them in the front yard, because if we put them in the front yard, the idiots with the cell phones are going to hit them. We will put them in the backyard. And my home that I live in an Ideal Home community has this same social fence adjacent to it. And one of the things that I love is I can actually push my kids out that backyard. They get to go play on the walking trails. They get to go down and get dirty in the creek. They get to have the experience that I had growing up, but they do it safely. I have eyesight on them. I can see them. I know what they're doing. And not only do I know, but my neighbors know as well. I have a community response to my children being out in my backyard, and that empowers me as an adult and as a parent to let them live that kind of lifestyle. It's been a great recipe for success for Ideal Homes. One of the ways that I'm really, really proud of that success is we see lots of multi-generational families in our community. In the Ideal Homes community I live in Norman, we have 4 generations of my family living in the same community. I can literally take my kids, push them out the back door, put them on the trails to Grandma and Grandpa's house, put them on the trails to Great-Grandma's house, and feel completely comfortable doing that. That's something I'm proud of. And this development will feature that absolutely as well. So in honor of keeping my remarks to a minimum, I do want to touch on one more point. You guys have heard a lot of facts today. You've heard some of the philosophical underpinnings of how we approach development. But I want to talk about something that's very personal to me, if I might, for just a moment. I grew up in Edmond. I went to Edmond Public Schools. My dad, Mike Roach, was a science teacher at Edmond Memorial High School. This is the same school that this school district backs into. My dad and I, we lived off of a teacher salary, had 4 people living off a teacher salary. We didn't have much money growing up. The only house that my parents could afford in the middle of Edmond was a 1,000 square foot affordable home. But I was lucky because that home was in a great neighborhood. It was a safe neighborhood. I had access to quality schools, and it was something that my family could absolutely afford. You know, if I don't have access to that affordable 1,000 square foot house in the middle of Edmond, I don't get to go to OU and get a degree. I don't get to go get a master's from Oklahoma Christian. I don't get hired by Ideal Homes. And arguably, I'm not standing in front of this body talking about the merits of this case. That affordable house in a desirable school district in a safe neighborhood enabled me to be who I am today. It's something that I look back on with great pride. And so when I look at this land, I don't look at this as just another piece of land. I look at this as an opportunity to create similar experiences to hardworking families like my family, the family that I grew up in, to provide a place that's safe for them, to provide a context that's safe for them, to provide access to great schools. And those are things I'm very, very, very passionate about. You know, it's funny, I was having a discussion with my CEO the other day, and we were talking about the why. Why, Zach, do you get up and go to work every day? And I told him, I said, boss, it's not about the notoriety, and quite frankly, it's not about making money for you. It's about creating an opportunity to have safe and affordable neighborhoods so that other families can be blessed with the same blessings that I had growing up. And that's something that I'm very passionate about, and it's something that gets me out of bed every day, and I want to grab that moment and seize every time I can. So with that, I appreciate you all listening to me, and I would humbly ask for your vote.
Thank you, and I'll close real quick. I need to correct something my client pointed out. I misspoke earlier when I said the number of the active adult. So the active adult doesn't have 75, it actually has 139 of our lots. So 139 of the 655 are the active adults, which means 516 is all the traditional single family you'll have. So the last thing I'll say is the memo that went to City Council after we spent all that money to do the affordability study said that the study describes a shortage of affordable housing for our low to moderate income residents and the need to increase the quality and number of affordable housing units in our community. It's exactly what this application provides you with today. We would urge you to follow the study that the city commissioned and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly? And I know we're going to, Kelly, if you just give me 1 second. I know that we're also going to hear from Kelly, who's representing the neighborhood, and we're also going to hear from several neighbors. I do want to say on behalf of the commission, and I'm sure they'll stop me if I'm going too far, I don't know that we've ever received the sheer volume of letters and phone calls from any neighborhood for any development in my 5 years on the commission. I will say, I will apologize on all of our behalfs. I know we didn't call everybody back, but we certainly have read and listened and met with attorneys on both sides and have been thoroughly informed about what the issues are. So we appreciate that. I hope no one took any offense to the fact that we couldn't return any phone calls to everybody, but we did get a lot. So, and we certainly look forward to hearing from people today. Just another process comment. We are going to hear from neighbors, and then I do want to hear from city staff on some of the specific infrastructure questions, and then it will be a debate among commissioners. So, sorry, Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and staff. My name is Kelly Work. My address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, Oklahoma City. And I am appearing here today representing a group of the surrounding residents that are opposing this PUD application that is PUD 1930. As the chairman just referenced, and as you all are all aware, there is, of course, significant opposition to this requested rezoning from the surrounding residents and the people who live in the area. Based on our calculation as of Friday last week, we currently have at least 75% of the 300-foot radius area around the 200-acre tract that is the subject of this application that have filed written protest. And there are protest signatures that I think you all have seen that were submitted to the staff last week from the community that are over 500 and still growing. The owner that is identified in the application for this PUD is Mecklenburg Farms LLC. Just from a review of the records, it is one of the owners of the tracts that comprise this 200 acres. Ideal Homes is not an owner of the property. We expect that Ideal Homes has entered into a contract to purchase the property that is contingent on them successfully obtaining approval for the desired rezoning that is included with this application. It's important to mention and to note, Mr. Box discussed some of the history of the prior application. This property is currently zoned AA agricultural, the entire 200-acre tract. It is not zoned R1. There was an R1 request that was made in 2021, but that was, after going through the process, that application was denied by the City Council ultimately. So it remains AA agricultural, where, of course, the number of residences is limited to the AA agricultural standards, which are, a minimum lot size of 5 acres. Everyone involved in this application, including the surrounding residents, recognize that the subject property is going to be developed for residential purposes. The appropriate density and the compatibility of the proposed development are the principal concerns that we have that we want to address with you. This proposed PUD with overly dense lots packed into the buildable area outside of the floodplain is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods in our opinion. To the north of this property is the residential neighborhood that is known as Oakdale Valley. The average lot size there is between 11,000 and 12,000 square feet. To the east of the subject property, coming off of Britton Road, is the Autumn Park development, which is currently being developed and has a number of completed homes and mini homes that are currently under construction. The minimum lot sizes in Autumn Park are 30,000 square feet. It was approved as a PUD in 2018. To the west, across Sooner Road from the subject property, is the development known as White Fences, which is characterized by 5-acre tracts. Oakdale Meadows is located to the north and to the east of Oakdale Valley, extending to Air Depot, is comprised of 1-acre lots. And Oakmont, along Britton Road between Sooner and Coltrane, is comprised of 1.75-acre lots. And then Casa Bella, which is also along Britton Road to the west, is 1-acre lots. The proposed PUD 1930 that you have in front of you today for consideration would allow minimum lot sizes of 5,500 square feet instead of the 6,000 square foot minimum required under R1. It would allow minimum lot widths of 40 feet instead of the R1 standard of 50 feet. It would allow minimum front yard setbacks of 14 feet instead of 20 feet in R1, with garage setbacks of 20 feet. It would allow minimum rear yard setbacks of 5 feet instead of 10 feet in R1. It would allow minimum corner side setbacks of 5 feet instead of the 15 feet required in R1. And it would allow maximum lot coverage for buildings of 65% instead of the 50% requirement that is in the standard for R1. This proposed dense, small lot, single-family development is incompatible with the surrounding area. Most of the lots that are proposed are substandard and even below, as I mentioned, the minimum code requirements. This development would preclude all tree preservation outside of the undevelopable floodplain, The applicant, in their discussions with us, has acknowledged that all trees would be cleared on every one of the proposed lots. The proposed development would be a radical departure from the surrounding neighborhoods. As you will hear more a little bit later, many of the homes in this area depend on water wells. The density of this proposed development would adversely affect the recharge of the underground aquifer. The development at this density would likely increase the likelihood of flooding in the area. I want to, just for contrast purposes, direct your attention to a couple of exhibits. This first one, Exhibit A, these first couple are images from Google Earth. This one is of what I'll refer to as the Oakdale area. That's Britton Road there on the south. You see Hefner then about 2/3 of the way up the photo. And then on the left-hand side is Sooner Road, and then Air Depot, and then Midwest Boulevard as you go to the east. But I want to, and then you'll see the subject property there is is right there on the corner of Britton Road and Sooner. You can see the existing pond there in the floodplain near the north end of that tract. But the reason why I wanted you to see this is because I just want to do a contrast view for you, just for example purposes. This is a Google Earth image taken just in the last few days of that is, we took it from Google. I'm not sure when Google took the image. But this is an aerial image of the Valencia development, which is an Ideal Homes development that is located north of Northwest 178th Street between North Penn and North May. And it's a larger development. It's several hundred acres. But I just wanted to let you see the density that is reflected in that development, and what is proposed in this PUD would be very similar. It is comparable, I believe. It also includes a gated component and the very closely built houses with very small front yards, very small backyards, and then
Kelly, how many dwelling units an acre on that?
On
On
Valencia,
that, on that project that you just showed?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, then how can you say it's comparable?
Well, I say it's comparable because of the description that Ideal Homes has given us of this proposed project. These are very similar lot sizes on that Valencia development. They have a number of products they have explained to us that they offer. Those are available in that Valencia development, as I understand it. The last exhibit that I want to point out to you, this is just an image that shows the footprint. The subject property there is highlighted with the red star. This is just a footprint of the upland forest area, and as you can see, there is a significant portion of this property that is included in the upland forest area, and the area that is not included is the area that is the undevelopable floodplain on this property. There's been references to what the Oklahoma City plan calls for this particular category, the urban low, and I want to talk a little bit about those comprehensive plan provisions that apply. Although the gross density range is identified for the urban low designated areas as 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre for single family, that language is qualified in the plan by the language which states gross density may be allowed to decrease to 1 dwelling unit per acre if a project is 1, adjacent to rural densities, or 2, will preserve designated environmentally sensitive area through policies included in the comprehensive plan. As noted in the staff report, this proposed subject property is adjacent to rural densities. It also has a number of environmentally sensitive areas, which I'd like to describe. The Deep Fork tributary number 7 runs through the site. Staff report recommends maintaining a 100-foot buffer from the stream banks to protect the tributary. A significant portion of the property, as I mentioned, is covered by the upland forest, which is designated under the comprehensive plan as environmentally sensitive. The comprehensive plan has a preservation goal for the upland forest areas of 80%. Although this PUD in the design statement talks about preserving trees in the floodplain, as the staff report points out, the upland forest on this property is not in the floodplain. It's concentrated in the areas that are outside the floodplain that would be cleared for development. As the staff report notes, the underground aquifer in this area is considered highly vulnerable to depletion. The comprehensive plan recommends preserving natural open spaces and utilizing low-impact development techniques whenever possible in new developments in order to maintain water quality and allow for the filtration of stormwater on the site. As the staff report states, preserving trees on the site would assist with on-site infiltration of stormwater. For large-scale residential developments, which the comprehensive plan defines as larger than 20 acres, The plan calls for a diversity of lot sizes and density ranges. In this PUD, the only requirement for lot sizes in the design statement is they must be a minimum of 5,500 square feet. There is no other requirement. The comp plan encourages a gradual transition between smaller and larger residential lots. This proposed PUD would establish a very abrupt and incompatible transition between the surrounding developments, which are significantly less dense, with larger lots. Both Sooner Road and Britton Road in this area are two-lane asphalt roads without curb and gutter. There's no present city plan that we're aware of for the widening or improvement of either of those roads. In their present condition, we believe they're inadequate for the amount of traffic that would be generated by this proposed PUD. It's overly dense, it's incompatible with the surrounding area and the neighborhoods, and if it were approved and developed, it would dramatically and adversely alter the character of the area to the detriment of all of the people who live and enjoy their lives in the Oakdale neighborhood. We would urge you to deny this application. I'm happy to certainly answer any questions that you may have of me. And Mr. Chairman, I know there are a number of people that have requested to sign up. We do have an order that we would suggest if you will indulge us on that.
I will.
There is, first is David Logan, then Sheridan Haynes, and then Frank Patterson, and then Mr. Bert Fisher. But if you have any questions of me,
Any
I'm
questions
happy to
for
answer them.
Kelly? I think we're ready to hear from the first person. And
I'll
it's-
ask Mr. Logan to come forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
And please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm David Logan, 6308 Northeast 104th Place. I represent Oakdale Valley, most of the residents of Oakdale Valley. I've talked to roughly about half of them, and when I started talking to them in January, I made it a point to kind of reacquaint myself with the comprehensive plan, and I agree with David Box in his opening comments. We are in complete support of the comprehensive plan, especially when I kind of went back through it and looked at the building blocks of it, those 7 big ideas. One of the many reasons to really respect the plan is it's got to cover so much ground, not just because the city's real big, but because it is diverse. You guys know this better than me. But 2 of those building blocks, those 7 big ideas, really stuck to me when I went back through them because they apply here. The toolbox analogy, I think, has come up here a couple of times in the meeting this afternoon. And those 7 ideas, those big ideas to me are kind of like tools. For some jobs, some of the tools are more applicable than the others. And in this case, these 2 really stood out to me. And they have to do with increasing housing choice and diversity for all lifestyles, 1, and preserving rural character and natural resources. Preserving rural character and natural resources. These are vital elements for the parcel we're talking about here. And the application before you just seems to be conspicuously absent in addressing much about these 2, because they're the critical 2 pieces. This northeast area with rolling hills and trees and lots of happy birds, it is a bit different than many of the others. Not any better, but certainly different. And so it needs, I think, an emphasis on these 2. And then when we look at the chapters of the comprehensive plan, those like Live OKC and Sustain OKC, when we look at those on top of those 7 big ideas, we come up with things like in Live OKC, that element talks about housing choices and diversification, and it says planned unit developments should be used to encourage creative design by looking at developments in their entirety, and that certainly includes or implies compatibility with the surrounding areas. The PUD before you is way short of the mark there, way short of the mark. And we're not looking for duplication by any means. We're not asking that the single-family homes in a development that we're undoubtedly going to see here duplicate any one of the other neighborhoods. They could, but there's enough diversity there. They don't need to even try. We're not asking for that. 2 other chapters on top of the 7 big ideas in the plan come to mind here too. Green OKC and Enrich OKC. They say that we're going to protect the natural features. We've talked about trees a lot already, I know. But it says that the boundaries of Oklahoma City encompass a variety of well-preserved natural features like riparian areas, upland forests, sensitive aquifers, and all of these contribute to the landscape in a number of ways. We will preserve forests. Now, Mr. Ward already described it. The upland forest kind of overlays all of this parcel. Mr. Box described with charts that I didn't get to see that a neighborhood to the north, I think he was referring to Oakdale Valley, also took out all trees or many trees. The real answer there is, yeah, we took out trees to develop that, but so many were retained. Hundreds of natural first growth oak trees still there. I've got a dozen in my yard, and I'm not alone by any means. Some of my neighbors have even more. I think there was a reference to volunteer trees, red cedars. There's a bunch of those in play here too, but good trees, you can make them work, maybe not all of them. I know they suck up a lot of water, but they're part of that natural forest that needs to be retained also. It is true that there will be residents, we'll be welcoming new residents, and we're really happy to welcome new residents. We know it's going to happen. But a thoughtful PUD with some creativity, some variety, some environmental sensitivity, and an appeal to many types of home buyers is really what's needed for this unique parcel. The application that you're considering really doesn't make the most of what's there. It's going to really bring about the least of what's there. So please reject it and ask the applicant to prioritize these important elements in a new PUD that fits with this area. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming that since Kelly, you've laid out the order, they'll just start coming up in that order, and then any additional speakers, I can go ahead and call them.
My name is Sheridan Haynes. I live at 11500 Countryside Court, and I am here in opposition of PUD 1930, both as a community member and a parent in Oakdale schools. The proposed development is not at all consistent with the surrounding area. It is 3 to 7 times more dense than the neighborhoods surrounding it. The neighborhoods surrounding the proposed development also have significantly more common areas and retained mature trees. For example, Oakdale Valley to the north, that Mr. Logan just mentioned, has 23 common areas. It has also been repeated countless times that because this area is an urban low density designation, that this PUD should just be accepted. However, as Mr. Work told you, there is language on the city's own website and the city's comprehensive plan that allows for exceptions in cases like this, where the surrounding area is rural and the area is also designated as environmentally sensitive. Everything around this land is rural medium, pasture land, or PUDs with much more green space and much more retention of the natural resources. The applicant has indicated that they will clear cut the land, meaning that the application approval would seem to require abandonment of many of the city's environmental and livability goals that are in the comprehensive plan. In addition to the density issues, there is concern for increased flooding. The flooding in this area has caused significant road damage to Britain in the past, including several years ago, Britain was completely shut down for several days because it had been washed away by the rainfall. Another area of major concern is the impact this would have on the infrastructure of the rural roads. The roads in these areas are 2 lanes with no streetlights, no stoplights, no shoulder, no sidewalks, and obviously no public transportation. Traffic studies indicate that a neighborhood of this density would increase the trips per day by 5,000. This area saw over 150 wrecks, 6 of those being fatal, in 4 years alone. This area is also very popular for bicyclists, meaning increased traffic would be a major concern for them as well. It is important for you to know that we do welcome new community members. In fact, we have 2 neighborhoods currently being built that, if you will recall, were met with minimal opposition because they were done in a way that is consistent and compatible with the surrounding areas. It has also been stated that the proposed development would bring diversity to the area. However, housing diversity already exists in this area. I would invite you to drive around and look at all of the housing options. There are lots of different varieties of homes, different lot sizes, and one of the new neighborhoods being built is 200 homes that will increase the availability of diverse housing in this neighborhood, and it is in the very early stages of development. When this came before you roughly 2 years ago, the commission stated that they would like to see a PUD that is more compatible with what is in the area. This is not it. This is 3 to 7 times more dense than the surrounding area. And for this reason, I ask that you please vote no to this PUD. Thank you.
Good long afternoon. My name is Frank Patterson. I live at 11301 Countryside Court in the Lakeside area of Oakdale. I'm a geologist with over 40 years of experience. So I've approached this a little bit different. And so I'm going to ask you to kind of use your imagination and your memories as we look at the area that you're very familiar with as you drive along the streets. What I would like to paint is why Oakdale is quite a bit different than the areas that the developer has been developing out in Deer Creek, North Oklahoma City, Northwest Norman. If you look at the Oakdale area, you note that it's rolling hills and a lot of oaks. And there's a reason for that. It's geologic. I-35 almost is the separation point between the outcrop of the Garber-Wellington to the east and the Hennessy Shale to the west. Most of Oklahoma City and northern parts of Oklahoma City are built on the Hennessy Shale. It's relatively impermeable. There are siltstones, but it's relatively impermeable. It's not an active recharge area for the aquifer. It's very difficult to find water there. You don't find very many personal water wells because it's just not a great area for the aquifer. As you move to the east of I-35, and that is all the way down through Norman. If you think about it, Norman, on the east side of Norman, rolling hills, trees. On the east side of Midwest City are more rolling hills and trees, all the way up to Edmond, up to Guthrie. What we're seeing there is the active change from the Hennessy Shale that isn't very permeable to the Garber-Wellington, which is very permeable and acts as an aquifer for almost all of the eastern Oklahoma corridor. So it's very important. The reason that you see the trees and so much vegetation is because the soil is very permeable because it's primarily sandstone. And that sandstone is several thousand feet thick, and it acts as our aquifer. This 200 acres that we're talking about today is right in the middle of a very large capture area for that aquifer, where water actually comes down into this area from thousands of acres and comes across this acreage. And it's a very, very important area for recharge for the aquifer that we rely on. As the report, Kelly noted it, but as the staff report indicated, it's a vulnerable reservoir and it's a sensitive reservoir. It's also noted in the USGS publication in 2010 about the Garber Wellington. If you look at this study, this area of the aquifer is the highest recharge area almost in the entire aquifer outcrop. So it's extremely sensitive, it's extremely important to maintain recharge. Once the recharge has been altered or eliminated in a given area, you cannot recover. So this isn't a, oh, we made a mistake, so let's go repair it. You can't do that. So let's step back and look at the bigger picture that we're talking about today. As Mr. Box pointed out before in the previous case, precedent in zoning matters. So if we approve this 200-acre high-density development, there will be one after that. There'll be another one after that. There'll be another one after that in the same area because there are thousands of undeveloped acres in this area. So it's very important for us to understand putting high-density housing, what it does to the aquifers. So as you clear-cut this area and recontour it in this 200 acres, you've heard there'll be over 650 homes.
1 minute remaining.
Those 650 homes will have roofs, sidewalks, streets, and that water will not go into the aquifer. It'll become runoff. Think about multiplying that by 5, by 10, as more developments are put out here with this precedent. The builders and the new homeowners will not be affected. It will be, because they're going to be on city water, they're not going to be affected. It will be the current residents who rely on the wells in the area. There are over 600 wells in the offsetting neighborhoods. Those wells are already seeing stress. Many of my neighbors are considering re-drilling their wells. And there's just not a lot of option to drill because we can't go much deeper because we run into salt water. So we're stuck. The neighborhoods to the east of here and to the northeast of here do not have city water available to them. So the aquifer is our only option. We must protect the aquifer. So I don't like to come in front of people and give them problems. The solution is relatively simple. Less dense development matters. It's critical to aquifer recharge. Retain as many trees as possible. And that's what these neighborhoods have done all around here. Yes, we cleared lots for houses, but retain trees. I have over 200 trees in my yard. Retain the topography and natural drainage wherever possible. Clear cutting and recontouring the land is going to alter the discharge here. It's going to be a disaster. And then plan for very large common spaces to allow water to infiltrate into the aquifer. So since I'm out of time, I'm not going to do my other one, but I'm going to introduce the next guest to give him a little bit more time. The next guest is Dr. Benton Fisher. He did his undergrad studies at Yale in geology and geophysics. His graduate study was done at Case Western Reserve and in earth sciences. He has 40+ years of research and application in hydrology, hydrogeology, and geochemistry. He founded Lithochemia in 1993, and he is currently an adjunct professor at OSU teaching master level classes in hydrology, hydrogeology, and environmental geoscience.
As Dr. Fisher is approaching the podium, I do want to remind everyone of our rules to avoid repetitious opportunities to speak to the commission. So I'm just going to name some of the things that I think we've heard thus far, and then I'll give Dr. Fisher an opportunity to address the commission. We've heard about the compatibility, about compliance with the comprehensive plan, about preserving natural resources and the natural beauty and the environment. We've heard about compliance with Sustain OKC and Live OKC. We've heard about the importance of diverse housing types and the lack of diverse housing types offered by the current proposal. We've heard about concerns about flooding, about traffic management, about the aquifer and the recharge of the aquifer, as well as tree preservation and school capacity. Dr. Fisher, you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Fine. My name is Bert Fisher. I live at 3622 South Yorktown Avenue in Tulsa, Oklahoma. and I was retained by the protestants to look at the hydrology and hydrogeology impacts of this site. You've outlined the concerns very well, and they really come down to making a more impervious surface in terms of the hydrology and water leaving and potentially causing flooding. Also downstream erosion from higher stream velocities and stress on the Garber Wellington. I'd like to put the site in some perspective, and that's the first slide, Exhibit 1 here. What you can see is a black outline within which is sort of a green shading, and that is the watershed. That's all the land that drains through this tributary into the Deep Fork. And the surface water flow is indicated by blue arrows, and the regional groundwater flow is indicated by the, well, they were orange, but I guess they're yellow arrows now. And the point here is that upstream, where Britton Road, where the stream, this tributary crosses beneath Britton Road, upstream of that point is 1,421 acres. And so this is a difficult site because it's at the end of the line, as it were, just before this tributary enters the Deep Fork. So if we move on to my next slide. You've seen this before, and I don't mean to be repetitious, but it's important to remember that we're sitting here within a floodplain, and that floodplain passes on over into the Deep Fork, and the floodway is sort of the candy-striped piece there. And so that's the current FEMA 100-year floodplain. A lot of the, at least there have been so many plats shown, I don't know which one applies anymore, but a lot of the way it was originally platted is that we didn't have the floodplain actually pass through those plats. So one of the concerns, of course, is flooding of the roadways. You've heard that. I won't go on, but it becomes problematic for access should that occur. Next slide, please. I apologize for this not being better annotated, but this slide compares a 1941 aerial photograph to what we see in 2022, and the site, which you probably recognize by now from the presence of the pond, is those two images exactly mirror one another. And so there's been a lot of changes made to the floodplain and floodway that have constricted the floodway downstream of the development that's happened over the years. So there have been events that have not been good. Okay, so we go on to the next slide, and I don't submit this as an accurate plat. It's based upon a plat that was attached to the application. But in this instance, we have, and you've heard about the small setback lots, but I put some numbers on this, which I think are significant. I used a first look approach to doing a little modeling on runoff here. And the most significant thing is that development of this area will roughly triple, actually it's a little shy of tripling the amount of runoff coming from that site, based on, if you look at a 100-year flood, and roughly a 2-year flood as well. And just the excess runoff, and I think just the excess, that's the amount of water that needs to be handled to maintain a discharge consistent with historic flood highs. In a 100-year flood, or the 1% flood, because you can have more than 1 year, would require a 20-acre pond 40 feet deep. And even for a 2-year flood, the one you have a chance of 50% chance of happening a year, would take a 20-acre pond 9 feet deep. Okay, that's just the runoff from that site. In fact, the fact that this area has such permeable soils is why this has such a big impact on runoff. The soils in general infiltrate very well, but after it's been developed, it'll infiltrate less well. If we go on to the next slide, independent of what you do with the runoff, if you try to hold it in a retention pond, and remember, to be an effective retention pond, it can't be filled all the way with water. Otherwise, what comes in simply will go out. So it needs to be, water needs to be at a low enough elevation so that the freeboard allows whatever floodwaters enter to be retained prior to discharge. Sustained elevated water velocities downstream of this development will engender more erosion, will cause more sedimentation, and the place that traps those sediments is Lake Arcadia at the, fed by the Deep Fork River, which will reduce its ability to mitigate flooding. And my last slide, you probably are mercifully my last slide. This is the outline boundary there, the red and white one is for PUD 1930s, outline boundary. The orange arrows are the direction of groundwater flow. The larger, we'll call it a circle, but it's actually a 1.5 mile buffer around the PUD itself. That's what that represents. And we have only domestic water wells shown, and they're the bulk of the water wells in this area. Those that are inside the buffer are annotated as red dots. Those outside are as green dots. But there are 460 known groundwater wells within 1.5 miles of PUD 1930. 437 of them are domestic wells, so the bulk of them are that. The significant thing here is that groundwater, from looking at, these are the ones known to the Oklahoma Water Board. It doesn't reflect any older wells, for example, than about 1990. The significance of this is that most of these have a total depth of around 200 feet. And you really can't go a whole lot deeper because the base of fresh water here is about 300 feet. So, and we know that the aquifer is under stress. So enhancing infiltration of water would be important. That's not necessarily going to be achieved fully by a retention pond, simply because a lot of that water has to be discharged because it keeps coming in from upstream. So I will just end my remarks with that.
Thank you. And again, I know we have just a handful of people left to speak, and so I'd ask again if you have something additional to add besides the concerns that we've already had, then we'd like to hear from you. And certainly, given the late hour, I'd ask that if you don't have anything substantially to add that has not already been mentioned, that you maybe decline using your opportunity to speak. But next up, we have Jason Midkiff.
My name is Jason Midkiff, 309 Northwest 13th. I am the interim superintendent at Oakdale Public Schools. They're located at 10901 North Sooner Road. I am here on behalf of the Board of Education of Oakdale in regarding to the PUD 1930. The Oakdale Board of Education believes that its position regarding the PUD 1930 has been misrepresented. Therefore, the board feels the need to be very clear with the Planning Commission. The board has concerns about the new development being proposed and its impact on the school. The intent of our February 15, 2013 letter was to show that we are open to discussing the development and to explore the ways the schools can be protected. But we absolutely have not come to an agreement with the developer to date. We feel that it is disingenuous to imply the board is supportive or excited about the development. The developer took preliminary discussions with Oakdale's former superintendent and put them into the proposed PUD. The developer has never discussed the PUD with the board, never came to any of our board meetings, and never negotiated with the board about any kind of official proposal about including a school in the PUD. While we remain open to discussing the deal that is in the best interest of the school, we have not reached an agreement and that protects the school district from the sheer size of the development. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would add, just for commissioners on that point, and I appreciate that, you know, our vote today is going to be whether or not to zone those 20 acres and reserve it for the school. Our vote today does not impact whether or not the school district and the applicant reach some sort of agreement about selling that land, or whether the school district decides to buy it, or whether they decide to build a school there. It's only a question of how we decide to zone it. So just want to be clear about that. Next, Lori Effinger. You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. It won't take that long. There's everything that I wanted. I'm sorry. My name is Lori Effinger. I live at 8904 Acreview Drive, which is east and south of this particular development. I'm on a water well. I have a septic tank, 5 acres of land. Bought the house back in 2007, before all of this development happened, and I understand that Ideal Homes has done a lot of work bringing new proposals and diagrams. I understand that. For reasons that have already been brought up, I don't want to rehash that again. But what I would do is ask that you refuse this PUD, ask them to give a continuance so that Ideal Homes and the neighborhood can continue to have more meetings on a less dense use of this land that will not destroy all the things that have already been brought up before. We realize that land is going to be developed. That's just part of it. But the density is a main issue and what this will do. So that is what I would ask, is that maybe we could get this rezoned a different, with not so much density in this particular sensitive area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have MD Barisi. She's not here? Okay. David Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you letting me come before this committee, and I want to thank each one of you for your time serving on this commission. I know it's a thankless job, and long and tiring, and it serves our citizens of our city very well, so thank you very much for all you do. I am in opposition to this PUD and would ask that you deny it for all the reasons, and I'm in agreement with the reasons that have been previously stated. I did want to bring up one more thing very quickly. I was really privileged to be one of the founders of the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon. And Oklahoma City's made great strides in being a more mobile, more active city. And you can see it all around. From the time of the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathons beginning 20 years ago to now, we have more people running and biking than ever. A favorite bike path in our community is both Britton Road and Hefner Road. And if you drive those roads, you will wait for bikers, sometimes enormous groups of people on bikes. You'll also unfortunately see memorials that are painted white bicycles on poles. Have you all ever seen those? You'll see a couple of those on Britton Road because it's a very narrow, rural road. The thing that makes it so attractive for bikers, being more rural, more open, less traffic, and the trees and the hills, would be eliminated by high-density housing. So that's just one point. Another point I'd like to bring up is I believe it's my unprofessional, just a citizen homeowner opinion, that the Witcher pumping station is under serious distress, and that the city sewer that's available out there is actually very problematic. It smells to high heaven all the time. I mean, for a year, it has been an unbearable smell, and I've talked to several other people here today that have called in about leaks and spills from that city sanitation. I know that's not the purview of this commission, but I just want to bring it up because really you have this low-density rural area that I believe very strongly needs to stay that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Miller. Thank you. That concludes the speakers that we have signed up to speak. For commissioners, do we have any question of the applicant, neighbors, city staff at this point? If not, I think it'd be fair to let the applicant and the attorney for the applicant, maybe I don't know if you want to go last, but let them have 1 minute each to close this out, and then we'll have the debate among ourselves.
I'll go last.
Okay, Kelly? Just 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kelly Work again on behalf of the group of residents that are opposing the PUD. I think the point has been well made by the group that has spoken in opposition to the proposed PUD, that this proposed development plan is too dense and is just not compatible with the surrounding area. And we would request that you recommend denial for that reason. I think it really is a decision that the city is going to have to make as to whether or not it wants to follow the provisions of the comprehensive plan that would encourage the protection of these environmental sensitive areas and encourage the compatibility with these areas that are developed with somewhat larger tracts. We appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quickly, Commissioner Clare asked the question about Valencia's density. We did some calculations over here. It's approximately 5 units an acre. So I'm going to close with the comprehensive plan. We agree that the comp plan is what should guide our discussion here. The independent objective professional planning staff that we have has analyzed the application against the comprehensive plan and, of course, recommends approval with 3 TEs. We're willing to add the additional 3 TEs, as I mentioned, increasing the school size. If the school doesn't want it, that's fine. There's 20 acres of land that doesn't get developed. But finally, the executive summary of the comprehensive plan has what it calls big ideas. Increase housing choice and diversity for all lifestyles. I would suggest that we meet that. Build an urban environment that facilitates health and wellness. We have over 5 miles of walking trail. Develop great places that attract people and catalyze development and innovation. We think we meet that. Ensure stable, safe, attractive, and vibrant neighborhoods. What I would say is the way that they handle their common area is exactly that. Develop efficient to achieve fiscal sustainability and improve quality of life.
That's your time. That's time.
When you have city services in an area, as we do here, allowing develop. Sorry. No, you're fine. You're fine. Allowing developments to hook up to the city services that already exist does provide for the efficient development. We urge you to respect the plan, respect staff's decision, and recommend approval with our 3 additional TEs as read.
Thank you. Questions, comments from commissioners?
Maybe we hear from the city service side of it, water, sewer, explain the
That would be great.
situation.
For record, I talked to our staff that operates the Witcher lift station to see its current capacity. Currently, right now, it is sized for 80 MGD. That's million gallons a day of pumping. Currently, we are pumping 20 MGD, so we have plenty of capacity. Running some rough numbers on a 600 home, 3-person house, 2.5 peaking factor, 100 gallons a day per person that lives in there. It's roughly about 500,000 gallons a day that would go into the Witcher lift station. So the capacity of the lift station is sufficient to be able to treat the sanitary sewer from this development. As for the water, you have a water line along Britton and Sooner as well, so there's plenty of water to be able to serve the development there.
Thank you. Then Barry, I don't know if you want to, from the Public Works perspective, or did anybody have any questions for Dustin? Okay.
Barry Lodge, Oklahoma City Public Works. I'll speak just real briefly to the stormwater runoff issue and the detention issue. In this particular location, It does, as far as I am aware at this point, does not fall within the Oklahoma City detention required area. However, the developer has, in their presentation, has stated that they will be providing stormwater detention. So the rate of the runoff downstream of the existing pond will remain at or probably slightly below what the historic rate, what the current rate is now. So they'll be detaining for their site. They will not be detaining and storing for any of the water coming from the 1,400-acre off-site basin. That water passes through the pond now with some probably limited amount of storage. That will continue to happen after the development. So when their plans come in, we will review the plans in accordance with the current city ordinance to make sure that it meets that criteria, and that's what we will base all of our review on.
Any questions for Barry?
I have a question on runoff. So we're gonna put hardscape in an area, and then there was talk about runoff of that hardscape. That runoff is going into this pond, or it's going into a storm drain system.
So it will be collected in a storm drain system within the residential streets, but just due to the shape of the property, with essentially this bowl shape with the pond in it, all of those storm sewer systems will discharge into the pond.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about drainage and concerns about hydrology, but I just wanted to kind of restate it for confirmation that there's no wells, there's no septic systems on this, so we're not draining the aquifer in any, this development's not pulling anything out of the aquifer in any way.
The question, the issue for, and don't let me speak for all the neighbors, but I think the issue is the impact on the neighbors who are relying on well water, and whether or not this impacts their ability to recharge the aquifer.
Right. And so the recharge is being a separate issue, and I'm sort of, I guess this is just comments for the commissioners, is we're funneling our water back to the pond, which then drains into the aquifer or continues downstream as it normally does.
That's exactly what I'm trying to reason too.
No, and I apologize. We have given everyone an opportunity to speak and present on the neighbors an opportunity. We're hearing from city staff.
So I will qualify my comments a little bit by, as I stated in our earlier meeting, that I am not a hydrogeologist. I've had a lot of years of experience with the stormwater runoff and the storage. We are not going to be restricting the amount of water that gets down into that pond. The water that goes there now will continue to go into that same location. We're not diverting it to a different spot. It's going to go into the pond. It will be stored. If we have the porous soil that has been described in some of the previous comments, it is my opinion that that water is going to continue to infiltrate into that aquifer and to provide that recharge.
That's why one of the things thank you, Barry, and that's why one of the things to consider is also, and we had this conversation in the pre-meeting, and I'll let our planning director address this, but what are the other things that can be done, such as, impermeable surfaces, other things like that, that maybe, what tools we have in our toolbox to ensure that we are still helping with the recharge of the aquifer?
So we have, for example, for retention, an increased impervious surface or increased pervious surface area. There's the lot coverage maximum, which was mentioned earlier. That's an important consideration. It does relate to how much water and how fast goes into the pond versus percolates. There are other things we could do, bioswales, bioretention, et cetera. The lot count matters. Native plants and trees matter, as was discussed earlier. Those are kind of the tools that are available that the Planning Commission could choose to adjust.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm so far haven't been moved on. We've done quite a bit of research. We've spoken to a number of people on this, and all of the protests have, in my opinion, been sufficiently addressed by the additional TEs and the concessions that the applicant's already made. So my personal opinion is I would still move to approve this application.
I will say,
I only speak for myself, though.
I will say, my counterpoint is, and I have had a front row seat to the numerous conversations over the last week. I forgot who I told. I said, I think I've spent more time having conversations with the attorneys and neighbors than I have doing my job for the last week. But I think several things. There have been, I think, great conversations between both sides about ways that we can make this development work. I can say in my conversations with the neighbors, there's been a sincere effort to try to find a way for us to bridge the gap. I think where we are, regardless of the school issue, I'm going to leave that alone. I think we'll take a park, or if they don't want to have a park, then it sounds like the school will be a viable option. But my concern still remains the number of homes. And I think that we've heard from the neighbors. We know that they don't have a concern about worrying about, they want to see diverse people and diverse socioeconomic housing types available in the area. That's why they haven't opposed some other developments that have occurred. We know that they are in support of the school supporting that kind of diversity as well. I think the issue still remains, is this level of density appropriate? Is this level of density compatible? And I think that I applaud the developer for coming up with more and more creative ways to try to address those issues. I think that the developer's been sincere in trying to find some ways to manipulate the proposed development to try to accommodate the concerns, and there has been some movement. As I said in the last negotiation meeting between neighbors and the developer, I sincerely feel like we had conversations where we got to a point where we moved. I hope that, I know that regardless of whether we recommend denial or whether we recommend supporting this application, it's going to City Council. And I know that whoever the side that does not prevail is going to want continued conversations, and I strongly encourage that to happen. I think that we want to try to find a way to develop this area that is respectful of the history, that is respectful of the existing neighbors, that addresses the concerns that they have about the environment and the aquifer. And I think in many ways some of the things that city staff have said helps, but I think the continued conversation, continuing to address the density is a good idea. So I just want to be clear about my position on this. Other thoughts from commissioners?
I think in the applicant's presentation, we heard a lot of hard numbers that address some of the concerns. Traffic, it's currently 2,200 trips a day. When total build out is going to be 66, and I know that the city doesn't even look at road widening expansions until 10,000. So they're at not 2/3 of capacity on traffic. It's on. We've got public utilities, water and sewer. I know the recharge of the aquifer is a factor, but when we hear that essentially half the development is going to be pervious area, land area, grass, landscape cover. I mean that's pretty promising. I think. When you look at the character of the area, the rural, I would love to see 5-acre lots or even 2.5-acre lots. I suspect, and we're not privy to this information, I suspect because of the land costs these days, those numbers just don't pencil. I don't think you could ever see a parcel of this size be developed at that cost, especially with public utilities. All this investment's been made in public water and sewer in the area. That needs density to recoup those costs and those taxpayer investments. So I think it's a hard pill to swallow, but I think, and being close to 35 you're gonna start seeing more denser development out in this area.
And then I think the question becomes, is this level of density the appropriate one? But go ahead, Commissioner Fraley.
Scott used to say it a lot of rooftops drive infrastructure, infrastructure drives density. You know, and we have that a lot in Ward 3, and we see that a lot in Ward 3 too. 5-acre homes, 10-acre homes, large acreage, but now utilities are coming in, and there's smaller lots, and it creates that diversification for the comprehensive plan. There's a difference between consistency and compatibility, I think. I feel like a lot of what we've heard today is more based on consistency versus compatibility. I think the same thing, that this area is probably going to continue to get more and more dense as the infrastructure starts to develop, as these homes come in, as the traffic does accommodate four-lane streets or two-lane streets. It's happening in Mustang right now, so, or Ward 3.
Any other comments from commissioners? I cannot make a motion, but my support would be for denying this application, and if we do move forward with denial, I'm sure that the applicant will want to have some more continued conversations, and we can address the issue, in my opinion, what is the biggest issue, which is the density. The number of homes is the real thing that we need to address. So I stand by that.
Well, I see your point on density. I do think that they've made quite extreme attempts to please the neighbors, and they've concentrated the biggest lots, the gated community, the senior area, bordering these developments where most of the concerns are. So I'm still in favor of this, and do we go to a vote?
Someone has to make a motion, and it can't be me.
I will move to recommend approval to council of PUD 1930.
Commissioner Govein's moved approval.
With the additional TEs.
With the additional TEs as read into the record.
Yeah. And including the 3 TEs, you had no issues with those?
Yeah.
Yes, plus your additional 4, 5, and 6 as read into the record.
The additional TEs in addition to the 3 that are already listed in the staff report.
Mr. Chair, staff has asked that I read those additional ones.
Go ahead.
So 4, track 2 shall be not less than 20 acres. Lots abutting the north property line shall have a minimum width of 70 feet, and the max density shall be 3.35 dwelling units per acre.
Point of clarification? Okay.
I think if there's going to be a reference to track 2, it needs to be specified where track 2 is to be located. The current PUD that is before you today shows a 15-acre tract that is in the middle of the Britton Road frontage. It's not on the corner. So I think there needs to be some clarification about that.
Okay.
Fair point. Track 2 shall be not less than 20 acres in size and shall be reflected as depicted in the most current site plan. It's why we withdrew the plat, because it was in the wrong location.
That work?
Sure. The 20 acres on the corner reflective in the site plan.
That works, Kelly? So the motion is to recommend approval of PUD 1930, subject to the 3 additional technical evaluations as has been read into the record. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. I will remind our neighbors that in 6 weeks, this same application will be before the city council. So I would encourage you all to continue to reach out to Councilwoman Nice and to members of the city council. I believe we've reached the end of our separate items to be heard. We're now on to additional items. Are there any additional items? Seeing none, we're on to Planning Commission committees. Do our committees have any reports? Planning Commission members, does anybody have anything after this long meeting today? Planning Department? No. No report from the Planning Department, Municipal Counselor's Office. Any additional citizens to be heard? Seeing none, we've reached the end of our agenda, and we are now adjourned.